Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the best stream after the sun goes down. My name is Will Neff, and I want to wish you a very hearty hey now, hey now, hey now. Yes, Will went wildly overboard about Superman. I don't know if I went wildly overboard. I just really enjoyed it. I mean, yeah, in case you are someone who didn't see my review yesterday, unless you're shocked, I don't think it's shocking that a DC fanboy really enjoyed Superman. I think it's a good movie, and if you are a fan of DC and the DC properties, it's really fucking good. It's also very socially conscious, which, you know, bonus points there. Do you like men who are super? Truly. I can't wait to see Superman. It's really good. It's really freaking good, man. I know what I need. I need that lock-in music. Persona 5 Beneath the Mask? Yes. I think so. Speaking of Superman, Road to a Billion, baby. I don't know if it'll hit $1 billion. I don't know if it will hit $1 billion. Apparently, the European market has not been great, but it's going to make a lot of money. I don't know if it'll be $1 billion. It'll be, they'll make money. The movie will be a success. Only thing I took issue with is you said it's James Gunn's best project. Yeah, I don't think it's anywhere near as good as Guardians 1 or Guardians 3. Oh, no, you're totally wrong. Oh, no, you're hopelessly wrong. I mean, you don't think that, like, the most socially relevant superhero movie maybe ever might be better than Guardians? I don't know. That's a tough one for me to back that take. Guardians is enormously fun film, right? Guardians is enormously fun. It's got a phenomenal soundtrack. But let's call a spade a spade. Let's call a spade a spade. No one gave a shit about the Guardians of the Galaxy except for turbo comic nerds. And if you were one of the a Guardians fan before the movie, congratulations. Gunn made those characters cool, and he had a lot more creative liberty with Guardians of the Galaxy, who no one consumes, than the oldest superhero / one of the oldest, most popular intellectual properties in the history of the world. So I don't know. For me, why is that a knock? Because you have to understand the expectations for Guardians were zero. There were no expectations for Guardians. Like no one went in like, oh man, I really can't wait to see what they do with Rocket Raccoon. Like with peace and love, there are people that were Guardians fans before the Guardians movies. There are people that were Guardians fans before the Guardians movies, but they were few and far between. I am not saying that Guardians was a bad movie by any means. I loved Guardians. In fact, Guardians 1 and Guardians 3, Will, you're on that hopium. The Superman script is a mess. The movie was decent, but come on. Oh, I'm sorry, 301. You didn't get it, brother. I'm sorry. That one's over your head. Better luck next time, bud. That guy raised his hand and admitted he did not get it.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Josh, look, I know my son Marky Dubois may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he has a lot of heart. And we did share that one night of passion, all those years ago.
Marky did play pretty well. By the way, if you missed the stream yesterday, I got my fucking ass kicked. I got my ass kicked. TTS quiet? Okay, I'll turn it up. Listen, guys, I think ultimately, like, there are some things you have to keep in mind about Superman that I will give it an allowances for. And 301, I understand that it was a very dense script. I love 301. He's been a long time fan. But Superman's going to be one of those properties that I just defend vehemently. Because ultimately, he had to establish an entire universe, right? It wasn't just Superman he had to establish. It was the entire DCU. And I think the version of Green Lantern we got, I loved. Mr. Terrific was phenomenal. Mr. Terrific's fight scene was fucking phenomenal.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
I thought the movie was very humorous. I thought it was extremely socially relevant. It made me feel a lot, which I'll be honest, as much as Guardians I enjoyed, I don't think I really felt anything except for maybe the third movie. I definitely felt the whole Rocket plot line because Rocket's a very cute animal and you know. But yeah, listen, I understand if you watch Superman and maybe you want to give it an 8. You know, maybe, I liked it. I enjoyed it. But like saying that it was a mess, honestly, I can't agree with that on any level because I don't think it was a mess. I think it was a triumph. In your words, because Superman was supposed to have a harem that makes him brown and Muslim, kind of crazy, dude. Oh, you also didn't get it. No, not kind of crazy, and you're being rude because you're trying to project. No, the criticism that Superman gets in the movie is criticism that immigrants get in our country, particularly Muslim immigrants. I'm sorry I have to connect those chords for you, but that is what I was saying. Gunn is making a commentary about immigration and the Great Replacement theory. I wasn't saying that Superman himself is a Muslim man because he's a fucking Kryptonian. I'm saying that he is a proxy for the undue criticism that Muslim immigrants get around the world. You know, all those things they say where it's like, oh, they're juicing the crime rate. They're trying to breed out whiteness. Like we're going through it. I don't know. I those things are so obvious for me. And I think some people are very resistant to a superhero movie with such intense political underlinings and satire. I think that it's a very uncomfortable truth, how bad things are right now for immigrants, particularly in this country. You know, you might have missed all those protests, but they're not doing it because they're having a good time. I don't know. It's wild that you heard what I said and thought that I was asserting that Superman himself was a Muslim man. It's like, come on, man. Like, you're a longtime subscriber. Use some deductive reasoning and I'm sorry, guys. I can't do the autistic version of everything. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't do the fucking tone indicator for every joke I make. I can't. We've got to do some context reading here.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
It's that time of the month. I'm ovulating, Will.
Anyway, it's okay if you didn't enjoy Superman. I'm not going to get to a place where I wait, what's Why are people haunting? The TTS? What was the TTS? I didn't even hear it. I guess you missed the scene where Superman read the Quran. I did miss that one. Yeah, I don't mean for this to be like a divisive thing. I am a little surprised.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Farley is so well trained, Neff Farley Neffel.
Thank you so much. I am surprised that, like, I think ultimately,
Oh yeah, wow,
I'm going to keep it a
that's very
buck.
cool.
I think ultimately there is a nerd current that there's a lot of currents within the world that don't want DC or Gunn or a more socially conscious version of superheroes to exist. I think people really always like there to be a loser, and they love to shit on losers. And when a loser starts to win, they find a lot of reasons as to why they shouldn't be winning. But I don't know. I really enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Superman had me walking out of the theater filled with hope and a desire to be the change I want to see in the world. Amazing screen as
Henry
always.
Cavill's CGI mustache. I wonder if this is a Snyder fan. The script had to be jam-packed because it had to establish that we were jumping straight into a living, breathing universe. Okay, this is a good take. I expect you to be a Schneider fanboy, but this is a good take. It's supposed to feel like jumping into a new Superman #1, not the New 52 reboot. It's understandable to think the movie was a little bloated, but it was a bullet. The film had to set the stage for future movies. Yes. But I think Gunn made a statement that that I understood immediately. And that was that there are some stories that we as media consumers never need to see again. Batman's parents' deaths, the origin story of Spider-Man, the origin story of Superman, like those stories have been told so many times that I kind of like that we're getting right into it. Yeah, man, it's like whenever you watch a show, the first episode of anything is supposed to be the hook where you're a little like, oh, what's going on here? I don't know. Someone said that they were I'm a massive Marvel fan, and I'm so damn happy Superman was good.
Yeah, wow, that's
Might
very
spur
cool.
Marvel
An
to
anonymous user gifted a
right
tier
the
1
ship.
sub to Henry Cavill's
Okay,
mustache.
I was in character last night when I was shitting on Marvel. Obviously, I like to do a comedic version, but it seems like that comedic version upset some people, so I'm going to lay things very bare. I think Fantastic Four is going to be phenomenal. I think Fantastic Four is going to be really good. I think Fantastic Four even has an opportunity to make more money than Superman. Like, I'm not saying that's a granted or that it will happen, but it has an opportunity. Copium? No, I really think Fantastic Four is going to be good. I really think Fantastic Four is going to be good. I would be willing to bet it's at least an 8. At least an 8. Because Marvel knows the pressure is on. The cast is very good. The intellectual property is strong. As I said, I don't think you're going to get the story you've seen before. How'd you like Thunderbolts? Thunderbolts was whatever. If I'm being quite honest. Thunderbolts was whatever. Sentry is a really cool character. And I thought they did him well, but I thought the rest of Thunderbolts was kind of like, eh. You like Superman? I love Superman. All right, I got to give you guys like one piece of my opinion here too, by the way. And that is, I think cape shit has become too reliant on a little Deus Ex Machina. And Thunderbolts was about the most like, oh, that's convenient film ever in the Marvel universe. And that to me was just like, all right, we're just kind of writing shit. Thank you so much for the hype train, guys. Who gives a fuck about Marvel in 2025? I do. I think Marvel is still good. I'm not like ready to abandon. Listen, I'm a nerd. I like nerdy shit. I'm just happy DC, like all this other spectrum of characters I care about is having their day in the sun. They not woke? Well, here's the thing. I don't know if the rest of the DCU is going to be woke. That is like the one thing that I want to present to people. But Superman stands for ultimate goodness, right? Which is something that I used to hope that my politics had something in common with, was trying to do good.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
So
Oops.
I obviously, if a character is going to go there, like I don't think Peacemaker is going to be a progressive character. I think he's kind of going to be a piece of shit, and he's going to say piece of shit stuff, and he's going to be a really fun watch. I think the Green Lantern Corps are going to be cops. Like, I don't think you're going to get this from the entire universe, but I think you're going to get stories that have a little depth to them and are really fun to watch. That's the thing. DC has always been a really good storyline. Who do you want as Batman in the DCU? I don't know. Honestly, Brave and the Bold is like, what, 3 years away? So I don't even know who they're going to cast. Thank you again for the hype train, guys. Danny DeVito, I'm with it.
Oh yeah, wow.
The best
that's very
mindset
cool.
is
Hey man,
to have
sorry
is
about
seeing
that last
movies.
hot dog last night. Hope you're doing all right
No,
today.
that was hilarious, dude. Honestly, guys, last night I was just so butthurt that I was getting absolutely steamrolled. I was getting absolutely steamrolled in fucking backyard baseball. I was getting hammered. I was losing games like 10-0. That's never happened before. New Fear End edit? Let's take a look.
This is POV. You're watching a Fear and podcast episode. Welcome back to Fear and. Will Neff is dead due to a self-suck injury.
True.
Cutie, you promised to bring us cookies. Why didn't you bring us cookies? You promised. And Cutie was 2 hours late to the podcast. I took a 12-hour drive. So my realtor...
It's one of his twinks.
Yeah,
Twink.
no, he's my friend.
It's one of his twinks. One of his twinks.
Okay, so one of my twinks. So I wanted to address Girly
Blah, blah,
Pop
blah, blah,
Nation.
blah, 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 blah.
So
Let's
this
talk over
week,
Cutie.
Taylor
Blah, blah, blah,
Swift was
blah,
in the...
blah,
I am not included in this. I have been uplifting Cutie and Girly Pop Nation for months.
blah, 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 blah. Ha 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 ha.
Okay. I brought the America Me Up. Get an AI picture of me riding an eagle
Yep.
and fireworks. And
Yep.
so I was on an airplane
Another
and...
airplane story. Oh.
I mean, that one's fair.
I was watching an edit of myself.
Shut up, Hassan.
So Cutie left us for Wine About It, and
2 podcasts in a week is just too much. I
Okay.
just can't.
I'm 1% body fat,
That's literally not even possible.
so I don't like to get political on the podcast. But I opened my TikTok, and Hassan was naked and all over
That is true. He does that.
fan cams.
I had my panties on.
You were naked. Cuties, these cookies are so good. Oh, is that a cookie? Let me just. That was delicious. Let me. Okay, I gotta stop. I
You
gotta
carried
stop. I
that
can't eat
episode
it.
as Batman. Fight me. Dude, another very polarizing appearance. It was really funny. Either people loved the Batman episode or they were like, Will Neff is so painfully unfunny. I want to kill myself. I was like, oh, okay.
Anymore. Notice how like barely any of these contained Will Neff, because he's never there, and if he is, Cutie's not there.
What? Never there?
But he does sometimes bring girly pop nation when Cutie's not there. So I gotta thank him for that.
Never there? I left one time to go take care of my mother when she had cancer. And these motherfuckers won't let me live it down. That's crazy. I left for 1 month for cancer. That's, oh, Camp Canute too. Yeah, but that one, I mean, I look damn good. They could have come down with me. How do you feel about Jets Wilson extension? They have to extend Sauce and Garrett. They have to. And I don't think they overpaid violently, right? They made him the 6th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL as of now. I think Juwan Jennings and Terry McLaurin are going to get
Oh yeah, wow.
bigger
that's very
contracts
cool.
than him, so we'll see. The Borderline, thank you so much. Thoughts on the Odyssey teaser before Superman? Didn't see it. What is this?
His underwear correctly. Just say you don't like Superman. No one's sitting here forcing you to like your Superman, the one who wears his underwear correctly. Just say you don't like Superman. No one's sitting here forcing you to like Superman. There are other angsty characters for you. The Punisher is right there. Homelander is right there. You don't have to sit here and pretend that you like Superman. We won't think less of you for it if you admit it. But what we will think less of you for is when you sit here and say that you hate all the things about Superman that make Superman Superman. Oh, I like Superman when he's stoic and when he doesn't have any emotions. Oh, I like Superman when he's depressed. Oh, I like Superman when the color grading is shit. That's not Superman! Superman is hope. Superman is lightheartedness. Superman is underwear outside of his costume and a big-ass bright cape. That's Superman. That's what he is. He's joy. He's the light that shines every room that he's in. The thing that y'all are in love with is not Superman.
Bang! Bingo!
That is one man's interpretation of Superman that collectively the majority of people did not like. You know how I know that they didn't like him? Because they stopped making the fucking movies. If we would have liked that Superman, they would have kept him in the cinemas. If we would have liked that Superman, they would have kept him that way in the comics. If that was a good version of Superman, we wouldn't be rebooting Superman. So stop sitting here and saying that you love Superman when the version of Superman that you love isn't fucking Superman. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Based. That man cooked up a storm. That man cooked up a storm. Superman is the guy who saves squirrels. I think that this F4 movie sets up the Maker
Oh, yeah,
character
wow,
and
that's
not
very
the
cool.
real FF4.
I like Batman because he is dark and gritty just like my soul Sag.
Oh, that's 300 and what? That's a good take. Because I have predicted now for like 6 months that I think the Fantastic Four is going to lose. So you think it's all going to set up Pedro Pascal as the Maker? Interesting. I like that. I like that. I like that. John Krasinski was the real Mr. Fantastic all along. That would be so funny. Time Magazine has done an in-universe cover story about the Fantastic Four.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Mr. Fantastic.
5 years with the king of late night
Okay,
and the best
I
damn
do have to
community
give
on
this.
Twitch Naffle.
I do have to give this. One of the dopest interpretations of a costume in a film ever. This is fire. This is fire. That Smurf account, thank you for the 5 years. That's crazy. I keep telling you Fantastic Four is going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm so hard. Fuck yeah. Can we all thank The Rock for making Black Adam so bad that the DCU crumbled and the DCU will rise from the ashes? I mean, okay, I'll be honest. That was The Rock's fault, and that was not The Rock's fault. I was talking to Hassan about this. I have insider information that basically the DCU was trying to establish itself so hard that they were like, we need to just go cast big names, right? And so I have heard that The Rock was cast in the DCU before there was a character for him, well before there was a script. And because of his like power scaling thing, right? Because The Rock can never be beaten in a film. We know that's part of his contracts, right? He can never appear physically less strong than another character in the movies. We know this from Fast and, right? There was like a whole negotiation around his character and Vin Diesel's character because neither one of those guys wanted to lose a fight in a movie, right? Because they make money because the world community thinks that they're real tough guys. They're real tough guys. So they cast him, and then they were like, what character can we cast him as who's as strong as Superman? We already cast that. As strong as Mr. Marvel. Who do we have left? Black Adam. Black Adam's really strong. Do people care about Black Adam? Not really, but we can just fucking do whatever we want with him. Ah, nice. So I think that is legitimately why and how he ended up
2 years,
as
Pog.
anti-hero Black Adam. And then, like, yeah, of course it was bad. If you're going to cast someone before you even have a character, it's crazy. I don't know. Does anybody else hear a subtle fuzzy noise? It's rain.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Yo, did you like Mr. Terrific wearing the leather jacket from Dork? Superman was awesome.
Yeah, I loved Mr. Terrific. Mr. Terrific was sick. Everything about Mr. Terrific is just kind of dope, and I feel reinvigorated in my love of Mr. Terrific. Like, I love... Okay, I don't know. Okay, here's a good little bit of education. Mr. Terrific isn't the first Mr. Terrific. I didn't really give much background about Mr. Terrific, but Mr. Terrific, who was the superhero that talked to Mr. Terrific to convince him to be a superhero? Was it like the Spectre? It was the Spectre. So Mr. Terrific is like a genius, and his whole family dies in a car accident. His whole family dies, is what you need to know. And he's about to kill himself, and the Spectre comes up to him, and he's like, whoa, that would be a waste. And it's because he's one of the most brilliant men on the planet. And he's like, well, what do I do? And he's like, well, you remind me of my friend who used to be this hero called Mr. Terrific. And Mr. Terrific was a real comic book superhero in like the 50s, 60s. Anyway, I'm a little hazy on this. And so the modern Mr. Terrific goes, wow, 40s. Okay, there you go. And he's like, damn, like that's pretty sick. That guy sounds sick. So the modern Mr. Terrific finds motivation to use his brilliance. And that's why his jacket says fair play, because that's a reference to the original Mr. Terrific who had no powers. So he's just like a cool character. And honestly, I'm pretty hyped he got screen time. And I'm going to be honest, when I first saw Mr. Terrific, I'm like, how's this going to go? And he was sick. His fight scene, sick. Do you want me to punch in the codes? No. I'm goddamn Mr. Terrific. Sick. I think I figured out how the baseball team last night was so strangely OP. Oh? This is just a clip of tennis baseball.
Shoot four! He scored! Oh, you're done!
Thank you, Chatter, for that research. Thank you. Do you know about the fact he wrote the in-universe smartest people list and put himself as number 3 so everyone else would focus on Batman and Lex as number 1 and 2 and not him, even though he's the smartest? That's really funny. I love that. Did you see Big Dumper win the home run derby? No, I know it was tonight. Okay, new details on Clayface. Film follows Matt Hennigan's version of Clayface as he moves from Gotham City to Hollywood. Yes. Hennigan's career will become derailed as he's attacked and disfigured. Yes. Dr. Caitlin Bates, an original character created for the film, seeks to cure Matt's condition, falling in love with him through the process. The film's antagonists are Caitlin's fiance John, who is suspicious of their relationship, and a mob boss, both original characters. No prominent DC characters are set to appear, instead focusing on the character-driven horror narrative. Film was originally set in Matt Reeves' epic crime saga before moving to the DCU. Woo! I'm pumped. I also kind of like anti-hero Clayface that has been showing up in a few different versions. Like the DC Isekai and Creature Commandos. He's just a cool character. James Gunn discovered David Cornsweet for Superman after he watched Pearl. I was watching Pearl and thought that guy looked like he could possibly be Superman. I looked up his IMDb and said, can you bring this guy in? God, being a tall, attractive man really is like that. Being a tall, attractive man really is like that. That this dude didn't even like go out for it. Gunn was like, hey, whoa, Superman.
Crazy.
What is this?
Freaking way. No way.
A kid robbed a home run at the home run derby?
Crazy.
No.
Dude, look at this kid.
No way.
He looks at him like, what did you do? What did you do? Still counted? Oh, man. All right, not too much sports, but I will say I was listening to Rich Eisen today, and Rich Eisen said that he thinks the Home Run Derby is the greatest of all the all-star events, and I'm inclined to agree. I think the Home Run Derby is fucking rad. 513-foot home run.
Neil Cruz, all 6'7", 240 pounds.
This is a 12-minute clip. Where is it?
And it's heading towards right, and it is gone, and so is the...
Do they have a time? Home run number 8. Oh, God. I'll try and find it later. James Gunn says he came up with the lore for the Infinity Stones in 3 minutes. It literally was me sitting down for 3 minutes and writing, and that's what became the rest of the Infinity Stones. Yo, dude, James Gunn is casting shade. My man is like, oh, that story you guys all loved? I wrote it in 3 minutes. That's fucking hilarious. He's valid for it though. Yeah. Clip of the home run. Thank you. Yeah, Rain shared this. I wanted to watch
All
it.
the boys over here on the right side up. Look at the path of that baseball.
God.
Short and sweet. You usually think of a bigger guy getting long.
And he's holding both hands on the bat the entire time. It's pure bat speed. It's pure power. It's leverage. And right now, he's got a lot of people around him.
Sure does. Give me some space.
He's got the entire Dominican Republic that's here in the stadium right there with him. And Paul.
Oh, that's a fucking classic right there.
Skeens as well.
How's everybody doing, by the way? It's new week. We're getting more Mr. Terrific. Edie confirms he signed a multi-project deal with DC Studios to play Mr. Terrific. I know that I have a multi-project deal, but the specifics are unknown to me. Yeah. Can I make a... I'm going to project something. Terrific played so cool in that movie that I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get his own project, show, or movie coming up. I told you, I think they were just kind of waiting to see how Superman did, and now you're going to get a lot of information coming out because Warner Brothers is going to go a monster play in the NBA Summer League. Okay.
Fame anytime soon. But speaking of Syracuse alumni, Jim, I need Buddy to be healthy. Oh
my goodness.
Cocked it way back.
My goodness. That was
Jesus Christ. Did I hear that Cooper Flagg played in a single game and then they were like, we've seen enough? He put up like 32 points and they were like, we've seen enough. He was so good they can delay the introduction of Batman because he fills that role on the Justice Gang. 2 games. Okay. I'm going to be honest. I think Gunn wants to back pocket Batman anyway. I don't think you will see Batman until Batman the Brave and the Bold, which is scheduled for when? Batman the Brave and the Bold is scheduled for when? I don't even think they have it scheduled yet. Yeah. So my expectation is you will probably get Supergirl, Teen Titans, Peacemaker, Clayface, Green Lantern Corps, before you, and Dynamic Duo before you get Batman Brave and the Bold. Already. Okay, I already answered my own question. James Gunn is reportedly considering TV spinoffs for Mr. Terrific and Jimmy Olsen? Bro, just a show of Jimmy Olsen fucking all the hottest girls in Gotham and Metropolis. A Sex in the City with Jimmy Olsen.
Oh, yeah, wow.
How do you
That's
do
very
it,
cool.
Jimmy?
Hi will show ho, please.
Thank you. Not tonight, but Jimmy Olsen. Would you like to see a Gunn OMAC project Batman movie? OMAC? Oh, OMAC. One Man Army Corps.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
5 years. Thank God for 2020 NEF streams.
Here's my thing. I'm going to be honest. For me,
Oh, yeah,
that
wow, that's
feels
very
like
cool.
a project.
3 years. It
that's
feels like a lifetime.
so
Gun is
far
absolutely
down
gonna
the
finally
road,
bring in my
and a
goat Green Arrow
character-
and do him
oh,
right.
Thank you so
Oh yeah,
much.
wow, that's very cool.
I'm watching Superman on Wednesday. I'm so juiced.
Thank you. Here's the thing. That does not seem like an immediate character to me, but also, I'm going to be honest, Mr. Terrific didn't feel like an immediate character to me either. And he absolutely fucking crushed it. Same thing with Peacemaker. So I don't know. It's basically, I think, whatever Gunn feels like is a good match for him or a director, and they have interest in it and they bring it to life. There is no fucking way this is true. Skylar Gisondo thought he was auditioning to play Superman. No, this is not true. This has to be lies. I thought I was auditioning for Superman. In my head, I was like, well, I wouldn't have been my first choice, but James is always known for doing stuff outside the box. I get it, man. It's more of an everyday Superman. That's kind of cool. And then I was quickly like, no, actually, I totally see it. We auditioned. I sent the tape in. My reps called, and they were like, they want you to come back in. And I was like, oh, great. And just to clarify, I know it's dummy sides. It's for Superman, right? And the phone kind of went silent. And then one of them was just like, no, they weren't dummy sides. It's Jimmy. And I was like, right. And they were like, how did you get a call back? You didn't even know what you were auditioning for? I don't know, but it worked. James loved that. If that is real, that is awesome. I'm not going to lie. He killed as Jimmy. I went to 2 screenings. Every line delivery, he brought down the fucking house. Did you know that the first appearance of Darkseid was on a Jimmy Olsen comic? I didn't know that. Dude, when she was like, and we can spend the weekend together. He's like, yes. Old man yells at clouds. Oh God, Mike. What's Mike saying? The greatest.
What I'm getting into is this stunk as for someone who's a old time TV show Superman guy trying to get entertained for a couple hours and wants to see Superman. This movie was pure torture to sit through. Torture. I mean, I'll tell you this. If my name was on the credits, I'd hide it. That's how bad it was. This was 2 hours of this new Superman. It was a decent. He wasn't Christopher Reeves, but he was okay Superman. 2 hours of him getting the crap beat out of him. Who wants to see Superman get beat up for 2 hours? He's getting beat up by everybody. Plus, you have other superheroes in the movie. I didn't go there to see some guy named Mr. Terrific. I didn't go there to see
Dude, I love that he's been using these same earbuds since like the 1970s.
So the Green Lantern or some lady named Hawk something or other. I don't even know who she was.
How do you forget the name Hawk Girl? How do you forget the name Hawk Girl?
Okay, these other superheroes who he calls on. Who are these other superheroes? This is a Superman movie. You want to see Superman flirt with Lois Lane, keep his disguise, and battle crime. That's what you want to see.
Is that what you want to see, Mike? Is that what you want to see, Mike?
And good triumph over evil. That's Superman.
I don't like these plots. The plots are too difficult for me.
Mike Francis is the GOAT. His Triple Crown clip is too good.
Beat the shit out of some racially ambiguous villains. Maybe they're from the Middle East. Maybe they're from the inner city. And then he goes and he takes the Lois Lane and he, flies her up to the clouds. I don't know, maybe some implied sex, maybe some implied oral sex. He's Superman, he's got to get his dick sucked. And that just kind of goes on for about an hour and a half. And then Lex Luthor comes out, he says something menacing, and that's it. And then I can go back and watch more sports. That's a Superman movie.
A little tongue-in-cheek, a little cartoonish, a little campy. Okay, this was unmitigated garbage. First of all, early on, there's robots. I don't want robots. Okay, I don't want.
Robots! I don't want them. I don't want robots.
Shortly after this clip, he took calls and someone asked him if he would have liked Jason Giambi better as Superman.
Dude, I'll tell you what. It's fun. No, this is funny to me because, like, you can tell Mike's only experience with Superman is the original, like, Reeves films, Christopher Reeves films. Like, he knows nothing about anything, and he's still like, yeah, but that's super Christopher Reeves. That would pick up a helicopter, but keep him away from horses. That's his real kryptonite. It's like, Mike, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I want robots taking care of Superman. I don't. Then there's a super dog. Who came up with a super dog? I mean, we all like dogs.
Oh, I don't know, Mike. I don't know. Crypto and Supergirl have only been around since the 1980s. I mean, I wasn't big on crypto either, but like being like, oh, they invented crypto for the movie. No, bro. No.
Okay. And I didn't like the dog getting beat on in the movie. It bothered me. But hey, who came up with a dog with a cape? When did that arrive? I watched
50 fucking years ago, Mike. 50 fucking years ago.
Man, for years on television, I never saw a dog with a cape. I never saw robots. And in this movie, Superman's in trouble. Lex Luthor's getting the best of him. Everybody in the movie is beating the heck out of him. I thought Jimmy Olsen was going to take a shot at him. I thought Lois Lane was going to throw him out a window. I mean, he got beat up by everybody. He got the absolute bejesus. If you want to go see Superman and get beat up for 2 hours, he got beat up for 2 hours. This is Superman.
Okay, can I say something though? Mike expresses a very interesting concept. Remember when I talked about The Rock's no, I can't lose on camera clause? And we all went, oh, how ridiculous. No one actually cares if you get beat up. Yeah, they do. There is a whole demographic of like middle of the road, like content consumers that are like, oh, Superman should never get beat up. That makes me dislike Superman. Should basically just fart in the direction of all the villains, and we see that. If he ever loses, then I no longer have the fantasy that he will one day fuck my wife. It's like, what? What are we talking about? What does Superman losing a fight have to do with your enjoyment of the Superman project? He can never lose. He can never lose.
And this had nothing to do with Superman. It had to do with
what? What do you mean it didn't have anything to do with Superman?
Superheroes. It had to do with a war in the Middle East. It had to do with a crazy Lex Luthor. And
he said the Middle East. Interesting, because the nation of Bravia, or whatever it is, Bavaria, never mentioned where it was. Interesting.
In the end, Lois Lane is trying to save him by going into the inner earth at a different layer.
They say it's in East Europe, actually. That's so funny.
Being with Mr. Terrific, whoever the hell he is.
Okay, what is his gripe with Mr. Terrific?
And she is driving a spaceship off the Daily Planet. Now, wait a second. Lois Lane's supposed to be
You know?
falling off a building and being caught by Superman. This is not made for Lois Lane to be driving a spaceship to save Superman. I'm like, what the heck am I watching here? The dog was a bigger hero than Superman was. Lois Lane was a much bigger hero, and Jimmy Olsen, who used to be an 18-year-old cub reporter with a brownie camera, he's basically dissing supermodels every weekend.
Mike is livid that Jimmy Olsen gets pussy. Book it. Book it. Livid. Jimmy, when I, was watching, he was this cute reporter, on a sports beat. Who knows? Maybe even followed New York sports. But now, he's getting his beak wet, and I don't like it.
And, and has babes galore and is basically stealing the movie. Jimmy Olsen. And there are scenes.
He's so pissed. He didn't get the humor at all. Mike, it's a fucking gag, bro. It's a gag.
I'm telling you, Superman's in trouble. So what you have is Perry White, Jimmy Olsen, and Lois Lane going to the roof of the Daily Planet and getting in a spaceship and taking off to save Superman. I mean, give me a break. I'd had enough right there. You got a super girl cousin who shows up in a cape and she's stoned, late in the movie, so they're setting her up for another movie.
He fucking tells them Stinger at the end of the movie. You can't tell people the fucking Stinger, Mike.
You look for some girl super movie coming out.
Some girl super movie. Mike, come on, man. Come on, man.
And they basically alluded to the fact that she's always getting high. Okay. You got the dog.
She's a fucking teen. She's a rebellious teen, Mike. They're trying to make her a real person.
Who, like I said, is one of the big heroes in this movie. This movie is so bad that if you ask me to go sit through it again, I would want major, major cash before I could do it. Okay. It was pure torture.
You would have to pay me to watch a woman superhero, a black superhero, saving brown kids in the Middle East. I don't like that. What I want, white Superman never loses a fight. He fights a lot. Some sex with Lois Lane. Tasteful sex. Gotta be hot. Gotta be busty. Jimmy Olsen, back to being an incel. Does sports reporting. Really works the beat hard. Very, very adamant about his career. Superman, glasses, wears them. The song, like this.
It was 2 hours.
Maybe Lex Luthor buys the New York Jets, and there's a quick 40-minute aside about how they win a Super Bowl. He rebuilds the team. Maybe just a quick 20 minutes of the film devoted to Lex winning a Super Bowl in New York. I don't know. I know there are many people who wanted this, not just me.
Hours of pain. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. And it had nothing. At least the movies. And listen, I know the Superman movies weren't great. They made a bundle.
This is crazy. He literally goes, I want the Superman movie to be like the one that I watched before that I know wasn't good, but come on, I'm going to see Superman. Give me my hamburger.
They made a bundle. Okay, Superman is always going to make money.
Okay, by the way, in case you don't know who this person is, I just realized Mike Francesa, in case you don't know, this guy is like the final word in New York sports. And he has been going on the radio on the East Coast since I was a fucking child and screaming about New York sports. And almost all of his takes are wrong. He is famous for giving sports takes that are completely wrong. Like, if he ever says something, you can usually expect the opposite to happen. But he's kind of like a legend, and he's kind of like a classic because he always does this. Every game, like, he is treating Superman like it was a Giants or Jets football game. Why is he popular? Because we have the worst team in the world. We have the worst sports teams, particularly football, in the world. And he goes on and basically talks about how he's one more game away from killing himself. Like, that is his sports beat. Is he'll go on the radio and he'll be like, after last night's Giants game, I put rust on the barrel of my nickel-plated 45 because it sat in my mouth for so long. I sat there, tears in my eyes, ready to pull the trigger as I watched Danny Dimes throw interception after interception. That's his sports beat. That's his sports beat. And honestly, as a New York sports fan, it's kind of wildly entertaining. So it's fun to watch him do the same thing with a Superman movie.
He's one of the great iconic figures.
How do you come up with this shit? I don't know, man. I don't have any filter in between my brain impulses and what comes out of my mouth.
Is in American entertainment. It's a cash cow. He's always going to make money. You could put him anywhere. You can do Smallville. You can do Lois and Clark. You can make awful stuff, and you put Superman in it, and they're going to go watch it. And
wrong. Batman vs. Superman and Justice League were flops.
And this got pumped to the moon. But when I tell you this thing was bad, I'm telling you, really, I was thinking about inflicting pain to myself just to keep myself awake.
I told you, bro. I told you. This is what he does with like the Jets and the Giants. This is why he has a following. You called it? No, you don't understand. As a child, I would get driven to school by my uncle, and my uncle was a Mike Superstan. We would listen to this guy after Jets games, and he would be like, they'd be like, Mike, did you watch the Jets this weekend? Oh, I watched them. It took me everything I had as I looked at a pair of scissors across the kitchen, from opening them, putting them on the edge of a table, and slamming my eyes down on them. And it's just like you would sit there in the car and you'd be like, I know, Mike. And I watched the game too.
That's how bad it was. This movie was dreadful. And I have seen people glowing in their reviews, and I'm saying, what are you watching? How can this possibly? You got monsters in the movie. You got robots in the movie. You got other super.
Yeah, Mike. What the fuck? Superman's been fighting monsters for the last 100 years, Mike.
Heroes in the movie. You got a damn dog with a cape on. You got, what are you talking about? You got Lois Lane driving a spaceship. What the hell does that have to do with Superman? Superman was,
and this is the same confidently incorrect like nature that he brings to his sports as well, which is fantastic.
Lois gets in trouble investigating a story. She winks at Superman a couple of times. You got the innuendo that they like to, have a little extended relationship.
I told you Mike just wants Superman to fuck Lois Lane. How did I call this? Dude, I feel a warmth in my heart. I feel a warmth in my heart that content I grew up on the radio is the exact same when I grew up as it is now. I knew that this lecherous old fuck just wanted Superman to plow Lois. That's all he wanted. I want the good-looking Italian guy to slam the reporter,
That's fine. That's all tongue-in-cheek. It was tongue-in-cheek in the movies back in the 70s. Fine.
Yeah, what's up?
Also from NY, and I was trying to find a clip that really just defines Francesa, and the first clip here is so
Eddie
perfect.
in Hoboken, what's up, Eddie?
Don't listen to this man's takes on superhero movies, Ket.
All right, we got to take we're going to finish this, but you guys have to see what his normal show is like. He always gets prank called. I assume these are prank calls.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
What's happening?
Hey, Mike, Stan Lee died today. Did you ever meet the guy? What do you think of him?
Stan Lee.
Yeah, Stan Lee.
I don't
Never
know
heard
who
of
he
Stan
is.
Lee?
Don't know who he is, no.
Jesus.
Who is he? Who is he?
He hung up.
Who is Stan Lee?
He was one of the creators of Marvel Comics.
Oh, who cares?
Mike?
Listen, I'm a big Yankee fan.
Right.
I don't want Noah Syndergaard. He's injury prone. The guy's like a Cespedes. People, they forget. There's a cop behind. There's a cop. Damn it!
You can just see the guy getting pulled over, right, for using his phone. That's what he's yelling about, right? He's getting pulled over. He's on the phone. He's on his car phone. He's using the phone. And he get pulled over by the cop for using his phone as he's making a call.
Back in 08 to 09, when we switched stadiums, the Yankees, how did they move the bodies of the players at Monument Park from the old stadium to the new one?
Mike, I don't know if you saw it, but did you see?
Dude, that just breathy wheeze. All right, we got to finish the Superman review from Mike.
Fine, okay? Little campy, little cartoonish. This was a disaster. Before you get into all the Middle East innuendos, all right, you got people claiming it's anti-Semitic. I mean, hey, I'm not getting into the political ramifications. Are there political ramifications and innuendos? Yes. Forget that. This is just awful. I mean, I actually think the people who wrote this must have been on some kind of hallucinogen before they decided that this was a wrap and this was what they were going to go with. The creative consultants and the writers in this thing must have all been absolutely rocked before they made this thing. That's how bad it was. I can't tell you. Even
wow,
Harrison,
that's very cool.
Thank you
who
for the prime.
loves all this stuff, who goes to every Marvel movie there is, goes to every superhero, goes to every Fast and Furious, goes to every one of these awful movies that I can't stand. I've been going to movies with him since he was 2 years old. I used to go with Jack and Emily and Harrison. What I used to do was take them all to the movies to give their mother a break, okay? I would sit. I'd get them whatever they wanted, their popcorn or whatever they wanted.
Right.
They would sit inside me. I'd sit on the aisle seat, put my feet up. There'd be hardly anybody in the theater, and I'd go to sleep for 2 hours while they watched the movie. Whatever it was. Whatever crazy,
This is the most Long Island dad-coded man I've ever fucking seen. Oh, God, I miss him. I miss how absurd he is.
Superhero or comic book hero or whatever it was. Who cares? Or any one of those wacky movies we saw through the years. The bottom line is this is terrible, and I cannot understand anybody thinking this was a good movie. in any way. It was awful.
Buzz cut season.
I'm not
Thank
even
you.
going to debate with someone who liked this, but I admit I'm not a sci-fi guy.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. It's like when an old guy is listening to rap and he's like, I can't do jazz. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
But I admit I'm not a sci-fi guy. Okay. And the movies that some people will reference in terms of comparing it to, I probably haven't seen because I don't go to the movies if it's a sci-fi movie. But this was a bad sci-fi movie and an insult to the Superman.
Bro, what is Mike like? He likes football.
Tradition, to the Superman legend. As
he likes baseball.
Someone who used to watch him on Channel 11 on Saturday morning, this was an affront to my senses.
Dude, I like what he said. I considered self-harm to keep myself awake. That guys, that took me back.
Dan in Warwick, what's up, Dan?
All-time moment.
Hey, Mike. I just got a question about the Giants. In your years of experience, have you ever seen how the San Francisco Giants were once the New York Giants?
P. Buttfart, thank you.
Has there ever been either a franchise to franchise or maybe even player to player get together when San Francisco comes to New York? Like, do they ever say hi? Maybe I don't know, go out to dinner or something.
I don't know what are you talking about?
Is there ever any interaction when the San Francisco Giants come to New York?
Thank you so much for that Prime. Thank you guys for keeping me afloat. Thanks for sponsoring the stream.
New York or vice versa?
The San Francisco Giants come to New York and do what?
Have a game.
They play against the Mets, and what do you want to happen now?
What do
you want to happen? He's literally just asking if players hang out.
Giants ever reach out to him, either the players or the franchises?
The football Giants?
Yeah, the football Giants.
Well, what is the connection between the San Francisco Giants and the football Giants?
Well, they used to be in New York, and they got the same name.
But they have nothing to do with each other, though. There's no connection. They have different ownership. There's no connection between the two teams. I mean, there's no connection in any way between the two teams. They have no relationship. Do you think because they're Giants, they're like brothers or something? That might be the weirdest question I got in a long time. I mean, that might, and I think that's an honest question. That might be the strangest question I got in a really long time. Yeah, as a matter of fact, they have the Giant Picnic. They hold it over in Totowa, I think it is. And then they have the Giant Relay Race and the Giant Raffle. And then they all get together for the Giant Breakfast the next morning, and then they go their separate ways. It is true. It's a July weekend every year when it happens. Yeah, and then the Rangers in Texas and the New York Rangers have the same thing. They meet usually in Abilene and have that in August every year. Lundqvist is
He's so. I love how offended he is by it. He's like, that's the dumbest, stupidest. What a dumb, fucking stupid ass. Ah, that was good.
When I wrote the scene with the collector,
Wait, is this where he talks about he wrote it in 3 minutes?
explaining that, there was this explosion and then the Infinity Stones were born and what they mean and where they came from, that was literally me just sitting down for 3 minutes and writing that. And that's then what became the rest of the Infinity Stones. There was never anybody that said anything other than, I think
Snake Plant,
the red thing and the blue thing are going to end up being Infinity Stones. That wasn't in the plan to begin with. No. I made up the Infinity Stones in 2 seconds. I have no idea I had no idea that was going to become what it was going to become. The purple Infinity Stone was there. It wasn't. It was red. So when we shot it, it was red. In the movie, I shot a red Infinity Stone. And then afterwards, they were like, yeah, I think we're going to make the thing in Thor 2 an Infinity Stone. And that one's red. So we had to change it from red to purple in post. I always play music from the movie on set when I can.
That is so funny. That is so fucking funny. That's rad. I'm so happy he got his redemption and absolutely stole the show. Yeah, man. Reveals he was told Darwin would be resurrected in a future film after X-Men First Class when he voiced concerns. I was like, killing the black guy first is so played out. I can't do this. We held on to the hope they would honor their word. When I didn't come back for X-Men Apocalypse, I just knew it was done. Darwin was a cool character too. And now he's goddamn Mr. Terrific. God, I love Mr. Terrific. I'm in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're an hour and 15 minutes in. You know what we do on Mondays. We do a little Neff News and hey. We got the regular audience in, 5,000 of you. Oh, he is Lauren. Okay. Caroline coming with the Twilight news. Haas, can we get a header?
These days, everyone wants to be an anchorman and do the news, but everyone else is a fake and a phony. This is the only real news on this fucking platform. If you want to know what matters in this sad little world, this is the only place to get all the news that's fit to breathe. Brought to you by the Badass Boss, hosted by the one and only, your mother-fucking favorite anchor, Will Neff.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my first time here, and wow, LOL. Listen, I'm going to say something. There are streamers that rise through the ranks because of their relevancy, their ability to network. But me, I've slowly grown because I'm an idiot who makes really dumb stuff. And that dumb stuff is pretty funny. So, ladies and gentlemen, on Mondays, we do a very dumb news show. Very dumb. It's all dumb news. It's all stupid. It's local news in different regions. We source it and we read it for the first time. I do. Haas knows what the stories are. I don't. And I read these dumb stories and we connect to them in whatever dumb way we can. So we're going to start with animals in nature. Then we go to a world record roundup. Then we do social media. Holy fuck, this is a long news tonight. And then we do crime. Okay? So, animals in nature, this is a warm-up, guys. Consider this the warm-up. We watch the cute stories, and then we get into the real hard-hitting shit. All right, so I'm reacting to these stories for the first time every time I look at one. So here we go, Duck Friend.
Show me Stuffy.
That duck wearing a diaper?
He's actually a wild duck, but he just wanted to come up every day and say hi. Probably anytime she was in the pool, he'd want to be in the pool with her.
Keep going for the back.
And I still have videos of him cuddling with her on the floor.
That's a
Their
good
connection is unmatched and it's unbreakable. We've had a lot of animals in our house.
Weird ass duck, you shut your fucking mouth. Everybody boo that guy.
I have never seen a bond like theirs. We have a small rescue.
All right,
and
stop booing him. He's had enough. Watch what you say about Pickles the duck.
Pickles came from a family. They found him just wandering their property. He didn't like to be alone.
Will, would you eat him when he's dead? Can I be so for real? I don't think duck is that tasty. There's only one preparation of duck that I think is tasty. The rest of them, it's a little too gamey for me.
So he cried a lot. And it was so tiny. So we kept him in
Peking duck is the exception. Peking duck is fire. I said one preparation of duck. That's the one.
the house.
You like me.
But because Poppy was still home with me, she spent a lot of time with him.
There you go.
He trusted her immediately. She was his mom, and he wanted to be wherever she was.
This is so cute.
Oh, that's sweet.
He'd watch Poppy swim in the pool, and then eventually he started joining in.
He's like a human doing that. Oh my god.
Oh, it was so cute to watch them. But when he slowly got older, we realized he's not a farm duck. He's actually a wild duck. So we would walk down to the pond and we kind of let him sit and watch the other duck.
Oh no.
It didn't matter how often he went out to the pond, he would always come back to the house. When Poppy started school, Pickles would just sit in the backyard and wait for her.
Oh.
I'll tell Poppy you stopped by, okay? And then he whistles and chirps.
This is so cute.
It's like he kind of adopted Poppy's personality. And the more excited she gets, the more excited he gets. I had tons of orphan ducks, and not one has been like Pickles. He didn't have a mom, and she was there to help him grow and keep him safe. He's a wild bird. He could fly away and never come back. He chooses to stay here, and they bring each other so much joy.
Well, if that didn't make your heart grow 3 sizes, you are dead and cold on the inside. All right, next story, rare
This
horse.
young foal might have been left completely alone, but now his caretakers say that won't happen. His name is Murat, and he's
That's a donkey.
Przewalski horse, one of the last remaining wild horse species. But after he was born, he developed an infection that took him away from his mom to be treated somewhere else. The Minnesota Zoo says returning him wasn't so easy.
His mom was a first-time mom. She wasn't, 100% on the motherhood thing, and then lost her foal after 3 days. So she was really nervous when we brought him back and was not able to accept him back.
And that was concerning because in order to be a Przewalski horse, he needed to be integrated into social hierarchies.
Oh.
Zookeepers say they knew a horse named Alice had just lost her foal, and they thought she might be open to adopting Murat.
So it was really kind of a perfect fairy tale ending where she was grieving her foal but had another foal she was able to step in and take care of, and immediately started nurturing. And he had a built-in mom, and they just bonded like that.
Przewalski horses were declared extinct in the 1960s.
Oh.
But because of reintroduction programs, their numbers are increasing in the wild. That's why it's so important that this foal learns how to horse. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Mara Montalbano.
Learn how to horse around. Pokemon are real? Wait a minute, what is this?
This tiny creature looks like a living leaf, but it's actually a marine slug. This is the leaf sheep.
I've seen them. These are very cute.
A small marine slug that has
It's the little tiny eyeballs.
a striking green appearance with wool-like tufts on its back, making it look like a miniature sheep in the sea. Found on the coastal waters of Southeast Asia, including Japan, Indonesia, and the Philippines, the leaf sheep has an incredible trick. It performs photosynthesis. By absorbing chloroplasts from the algae it eats, it can make its own food, just like a plant. But that's not all. Its rhinophores, which are the soft, tufty structures on its head, help it detect chemicals in the water, guiding it to food or potential mates. These tufts, combined with its vibrant green
I bet
body,
if you touch it, your skin melts and you die.
make it one of the most unique and well-camouflaged creatures in the ocean, with the ability to create its own energy and hide so effectively.
Look at his little cheeks!
The leaf sheep is truly a master of survival in the dense tropical waters.
Okay, that was very cute. I liked that. See, we're doing a little cute warm up and then we'll get it. Okay, birthday hippo.
The world famous baby pygmy hippo Mudang has turned 1 today.
Mudang. There was at one point a Mudang ban in this community.
Her zoo in Thailand is marking the occasion today with a large makeshift cake made of fruits and vegetables. The cake was brought into Mudang's enclosure, which she shares with her mum Jonah. At first, she was
They didn't show how much time that duck shits and they spend cleaning it up. He was wearing a diaper.
hesitant, preferring to stay in the cool water, but when her mum started eating it, Mudang soon joined in and matched her mum's appetite, much to the delight of the crowd here. The visitors have come from all over the
Look at how fucking packed this exhibit is a year later.
world. One fan from Texas is on her second trip this year, a whistle-stop
She went from Texas twice to see Mudang?
21-hour round trip. Mudang is still small, but it's not clear how long she will remain this cute. The zoo says baby pygmy hippos usually lose their youthful sparkle about the time they turn 1. And since February, she's grown about 30 kilos or 65 pounds. The zoo says visitor numbers have also dropped by about half since the peak of Mudang mania last year.
Crazy. Mudang mania. They only want you when you're 17. When you're 21, you're no longer a pygmy hippo. Cats for mayor.
The election is heating up in Somerville, but it is not what you think.
This race involves a lot of personality and even a bit of scandal. NBC 10's Brianna Borges shows us some of the candidates in Somerville.
It's dirty politics. It's dirty politics.
A catty mayoral race
Oh my God.
is brewing in Somerville.
Indoor cat party. Vote for pro naps, pro treats, pro inside candidate. Soup
Literally.
for all.
It's a very hot race, a lot of contenders.
These feisty felines are campaigning for the
Vote orange cat.
imaginary office of Bike Path Mayor, but it seems one candidate has a very real enemy.
So again, the original race, and we have photo evidence all over the Somerville Discord,
Re-elect Barry.
was Orange Cat versus Barry, who's the incumbent. I see Barry all the time. I see Orange Cat almost as much. And then other candidates started coming in, and then Barry's sign was stolen.
But now Barry is back with her promise to make cats outside again. Owner Mallory Bissett telling us how this whole thing started.
Jesus Christ.
Wanted to make sure that people knew that she had owners and that she was well taken care of and loved and that she wasn't just a random cat roaming around. And we wanted other people in the community to come out and make signs for their pets.
It's become a competitive and creative field. Freya is running as a member of the Calm Meownist Party. Orange Cat is with the Catalyst Party. And Claudius is representing the Indoor Cat Party.
I think there's a lot of humor in it, but there's also a lot of straightforward communication. And I think it's simply meowvelous.
A dog
Meowvelous? Perfect. It was right there. Meowvelous doesn't work. Perfect does.
Duo has also put their paw in the fight.
You know, the more diversity we have in the political race, I think that's good for everyone.
And more candidates could try to
vote for Pirate? Pirate's a gay cat.
To claw their way to the top.
I have a cat. I actually have 2 cats, and I was thinking of how do I get a sign up for my cats?
Unsurprisingly, voters have questions.
And I want to know, like Minerva the cat, what is her stake on crime? Is she for crime? Is she against?
It just says crime. It just says crime. Okay, whoever made this cat poster rules.
Now, there is a QR code on one of the signs where you can cast your vote. It says that voting ends September 5th, which is also the last day to register to vote here in Somerville. In Somerville, Brianna Borgie, NBC 10 Boston.
Crime? Is she for
wow,
it?
that's
Is
very
she
cool.
against it? We
Crime.
don't really know. Dog found swimming in the Hudson River.
Also new at 11, the story of a dog who
Oh,
may have just
no.
proven cats aren't the only animals with 9 lives.
Yeah, he's back home after 10 days missing in Manhattan, but even more miraculously than his return is where he ended up. News 4's Ida Siegel has more.
Good boy. You wouldn't know it to look at him now, but little Chili the Chihuahua is recovering from a traumatic yet.
That's a Chihuahua? That's a little dog?
Incredible journey.
Kinda girthy.
This is him moments after he was plucked from the Hudson River, covered in oil and debris. The poor little pup had been missing for more than a week last month and was found by a group of kayakers barely treading water.
He looks so distraught. He's like wet and dirty.
Chili's owner, Gabby Porter, said...
Hazard. 25 macaronis. That's a lot of juice. Can we get some kind of juice indicator on the screen, Haas? Some kind of keep those tips up or something to reward Hazard's massive subscription dump.
As she has no idea how he survived that entire time.
Okay, no, not that one. No. Get that. No, not the, no. Delete protocol. Abandon sub protocol. No, we'll just thank him. Thank you. Thank you, Hazard. Thank you. Thanks. Ignore those other things that happened.
She says he wiggled out of his harness while saying goodbye to another dog.
Kind of like turned around and then like pulled out of his harness and was in the street. It was all so fast and he got really scared. So he bolted.
No one knows how Chili ended up in the river.
Where were you? Where were you, little guy? Where'd you go?
The river.
Gabby says Chili got away on Hudson and West 12th Streets in the West Village. That night, he was spotted at Pier 40 near Houston Street. And finally, the kayakers rescued him in the water off of Pier 26. The kayakers found her number on the missing poster she and her boyfriend had plastered all over Manhattan.
He was like, no, I actually found him in the river and like he's alive.
Chili was missing for 10 days, and while he's doing much better now, it's possible he didn't.
Chili's a devious dog, I can tell. He's a good boy, but he's got a devious streak in him.
Have anything to eat or drink in that time, and so the vet has said they need to be careful nursing him back to health.
He was really skinny, like skin and bones.
Chili was severely malnourished and dehydrated. They had to cut away bits of fur matted with oil, possibly motor oil from
the Hudson River, baby.
Boats in the water. But other than that, this little fighter is just fine. Gabby doesn't think he spent most of his time away swimming, but some are calling him the second miracle on the Hudson.
He's a survivor. He really wanted to fight.
The second miracle on the Hudson? No, come on, man.
To come home.
People are saying the sequel's even better than the original.
Reporting from Hudson Yards, Ida Siegel, News 4, New York.
Oh, well, Sully's old news. Okay, another Capybara Cafe opens up in Florida.
Cat cafes.
Okay, Capybara Cafes, I'm big on them. As long as they're nice to the capybara.
Wow, that's very cool.
St. Pete just opened a new spot where the main attraction are capybaras. Want to know what those are?
Briggs! Thank you for the 43 months.
They are the world's largest rodents. And they're known for being unbelievably chill.
People love them. This is more than just a photo op, folks. Guests can interact with all kinds of animals, including lemurs, rabbits, and wallabies. And as photojournalist Mike Hughes shows us, every visit helps support a local animal sanctuary.
Oh.
They're so great. We just opened today in St. Petersburg, Florida, and this is America's only Capybara Cafe.
Can I tell you? I trust her handling animals because she's wearing a green collared shirt. I don't know what it is about a green collared shirt, but immediately I'm like, that's an animal expert. There's something about a green collared shirt that hits part of my lizard brain, and I am immediately like, well, that person's an animal expert.
It's only Capybara Cafe. Well, when we first started talking about animal ambassadors, we thought of possums and skunks and coatimundis, but capybaras just really stood out.
They're just really cute.
You've been called on to start Will's Quokka Corner?
Cool. Or if they wear khaki.
Listen, if I can illegally import some quokka, I'm going to do it. I will I will trade my friendship with Maya for some quokka. Okay? It just is what it is. Legally? No, I said illegally. I said illegally. I know it's illegal. I don't care. They're too cute. I'm sorry. You know, like when you date a girl that you know is crazy and you know it's going to fuck your life up? The quokka is the cuteness equivalent of that. Like, I know I'll fuck my life up. I'm still going to illegally import them if I get the chance.
I think that's one of the main reasons.
They are nature's best friend. They're also dubbed nature's chair.
Some poor chatter said, oh my God, do I know what you're talking about right now? That guy is getting his dick broken off, and he's also just having the worst. During the day, the worst. During the night, he's happy for like the 5 minutes after sex. And then he goes back to a world of crazy. Listen, man, when you wake up tonight to her reading your text messages, know that I'm there in spirit.
And it's a way to have people interact with wildlife that's going to be safe and fun. These little guys love interactions and they love people.
He looks like a Thomas. He likes the chin scratches.
Yeah. This is one of our capybaras. This is actually espresso. If you don't know what a capybara is, it's actually the world's largest rodent. They're semi-aquatic and live primarily in South America. The reason why they're such great animal ambassadors is because they are so relaxed.
Did you know that quokka will release their young from their pouch as a distraction when fleeing from predators? Well, that's smart. Because when a baby quokka falls out, a predator immediately does this. Aww.
Like, I knew that they were pretty chill, so like I was expecting that, but like honestly, like to be able to just like give them scratches like you're scratching a dog and then they like roll over is kind of amazing.
And they love to eat. And inside
capybaras are incredible. They also make really interesting noises.
Lounge, you're able to interact with not only the capybaras, but we have other animal ambassadors as well. So this is actually our capybara lounge.
Called them animal ambassadors. She's definitely an animal expert.
This is Mary. She's one of the little lambs. Oh, sorry, buddy. That was born at the sanctuary. Over here, we've got more animals in our lounge. We make sure all of our capybaras are comfortable. They're actually coming up to the people on their own. They all have free will. They get to enjoy snacks from different people.
You have very good manners.
Come here, buddy. Oh, there you go. This is our tortoise, Morty. He's one of the rescues. Somebody ended up adopting him, not wanting to pay for his food, and so we took over and decided we would help him out.
On me, call me mortified.
I am surprised that the concept's blown up, and it's because you can't really go anywhere else in America and have this level of safe interaction. Everything we do, we've got educators that are watching the behavior of the capybaras and the behavior of the people, making sure that all the interactions are done safely and that the capybaras enjoy it.
They're absolutely adorable, and I would recommend them to meet a capybara.
We're super excited to be here in St. Petersburg, Florida, and we just want to let anybody know that's interested in education, animals, and conservation to come down here and check us out.
Found the right spot, huh? Oh, yeah.
So Neff News is animal news? No, our first category is animal news. I told you that. We warm up. We warm up with animal stories, and then I hit you with the crushing, crippling truth. Haven't you ever? It's like a little foreplay, all right? Okay? We try and forget all of our problems before I remind you how many problems we have. Gen Z, Jane Goodall. Oh, shit. I just said I was going to fucking illegally import quokka. I'm cooked.
Well, when a wild animal is hurt or an illegal pet is confiscated, the outcome is not always good.
But one group social media stream is actually working to change that. CBS's Karen Waugh shows us.
So this is our marmoset enclosure. Oh, there he is.
It's not a green collared shirt. I don't know if I trust her. Someone's got to tell her about some color theory. We need a green collared shirt if we're going to trust you as an animal expert.
At 26, Maya Higa is the Gen Z Jane Goodall. From injured birds to abused animals to confiscated illegal pets, she's rescued hundreds of critters from around the country. At her nonprofit, Alvea Sanctuary outside Austin, Texas, she teaches visitors about these unique animals. But this isn't a public zoo. You can only visit online.
I don't know if we've ever seen before, is the animal sanctuary all virtual and all funded from donors from around the world.
Higa streams live on Twitch, the social media platform most commonly used for video.
I love that they still have to explain to viewers what the fuck Twitch is. I love that the general population is still like, what the fuck is a Twitch?
Video games.
We call it hiding the broccoli here.
Look!
Huh.
Who it is! Our first guest!
Lessons on conservation, education on exploitive trades, hidden inside fun demonstrations.
They can't live in the wild. Their options are either, unfortunately, be euthanized or stay here and teach people.
With 24/7 cameras in every enclosure, Alveus gets about 30 million online visitors a year, likely more than if they were open to the public.
You can watch them eat, you can watch them interact with their enrichment and toys and stuff.
Now, the sanctuary has grown to 11 staff, some who specialize in nutrition, others who edit videos and monitor Twitch. It's what advocacy looks like in the digital age.
Getting young people involved in that is so important, and it's the only way that our natural world stands a chance.
So for now, this is a special sanctuary for friends like Siren here, but they're hoping to double in size in the near future. I'm Karen Hua, CBS News, Austin, Texas.
Interesting to have streaming only.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it does make it available to more people, but let's go see him in person if we can.
Why did the WBC Boston reporter throw shade? The end of that story was like, yeah, I get it, but that kind of sucks. Thanks for the story, I guess, CBS Boston, you fucking assholes. Maya Higa is rad. Fuck you, CBS Boston. That's the Gen Z Jane Goodall, motherfucker. Sorry.
All right.
She's the best of us. Next story. Seagull steals dog. Wait, what?
You are looking to enjoy a hot dog at Sullivan's in
Boston.
Southie. Beware the seagulls. The restaurant posted these photos showing a seagull swooping in to steal food from a Florida woman. She was posing for a picture.
I refuse to believe this is real. This is staged. This has to be staged.
Was posing for a picture in front of the restaurant.
It was my first time ever visiting Sullivan's, and so I was in the moment with a hot dog in hand.
Me every Friday night I'm alone, right, fellas? Right, fellas?
And out of nowhere, this huge seagull came and swooped it right across my face and basically in one huge gulp right out of my hand.
Well, the woman tells us that the workers there did
hot dog looks pretty good.
Replace her hot dog. I love how the person caught the moment right before he took it and then right out.
Yeah, get that camera guy a raise. If that's an Instagram boyfriend, hang on to him. Extinct bird. Oh, is this the one Peter Jackson's trying to bring back?
Tech company Colossal Biosciences has attempted to bring back lost species like the direwolf and the woolly mammoth. It is starting work to genetically engineer birds that resemble the extinct South Island giant moa, with $15 million in funding from famed director and New Zealander Peter Jackson.
The movies are my day job and the moa is my fun thing I do. To de-extinct the moa, we are collecting DNA from all 9 species of moa. We'll be comparing the genome sequences to genomes of living birds to identify what it is that made moa unique, and using the tools of genome editing to make those changes in the DNA sequence of the living close
Hear
relative.
me out. This bird, pterodactyl, big. Can you imagine if we could just ride or safely and organically on the back of a pterodactyl from place to place? Come on, man. We'll bring emissions to an all-time low.
The moa once stood at 12 feet tall and
These are like Chocobo, though. I do like that.
roamed New Zealand until they became extinct around 600 years ago. But this latest attempt reignites the conversation around what Colossal has called de-extinction.
All they've shown is that they can snip in a few genes to an existing species.
You can ride an ostrich right now. Oh, flightless birds?
Oh, yeah,
Cool.
wow, that's very cool.
So the claim that they have created the dire wolf is just simply rubbish. You know, they
This guy's bitter.
put a few, dire wolf genes to create a big white dog.
You know, in the hope that within a few years we'll get to see a moa back again. I mean, that to me is giving me more enjoyment.
I don't take no shit.
He's right, however,
New
yeah.
Zealand apparently learned nothing from Australia's lost emu war.
That's true. He is right. But ultimately, I still think it's cool.
Enjoyment and satisfaction than any films ever have.
Peter Jackson, friend of the emu. Bear tries to enter
Well,
a concert.
speaking of animals, bears tend to get a bad rap around here, right? Well, we always cover when they're eating out of the trash cans, garbage cans, or breaking into cars even. Most bears, though, they're not troublemakers. They even want to go to a Red Rock show. Check this out. It's pretty
Who was playing at Red Rocks?
wild. John posted this picture yesterday of a bear joining the crowd. He says there were actually
playing?
2 of them. The other one, though, was camera shy Mike.
Okay. I have to know who is playing at Red Rocks. 5 days ago, which means it was the 9th.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very
Red
cool.
Rocks 7, 9, 25. Primus! Primus was playing. Oh my God, that's so awesome. Jerry was a NASCAR driver. Lindo the parrot.
The owner of
returned
a
home.
beloved parrot that was stolen in Brooklyn says he is grateful to have his pet back. Lindo, the Amazon parrot, was stolen from a Park Slope laundromat earlier this week, and just yesterday we told you that the bird is finally back home. News 4's Ida Siegel is in Park Slope with more on the reunion.
That bird looks sad.
Linda, the Amazon parrot, is happy and chatty again. That's because her life partner, Lindo, is back where he belongs, camped out in front of the Park Slope laundromat on 4th Avenue. Yesterday, someone brought him back.
So when people come into the store
Someone
with the
stole
case,
that bird
they
and then realized the reality of living with a bird and was like, fuck this.
look, oh, somebody bring the bird.
Lindo was taken on July 1st. The thief caught on surveillance video pulling up on a bicycle, trying to grab Linda at first, but she fought him off. So the thief left and came back, and then he took off with Lindo. But the person who returned the bird was not the same person who took him.
Oh!
No, they don't play nothing. They told me, I don't want no pictures. I don't want no answers. Yes, I bring the bird.
Lindo is a little more withdrawn now, but the
Oh, poor boy.
neighborhood is overjoyed he's safe and back home where he belongs.
A lot of people from here, when they saw the sign here, they say, thank you, thank you.
I'm happy it's back because they're so friendly. Like every Saturday evening, I pass by to go get my coffee, and like they'll be right here and they're saying hello, Hello? they're so friendly.
The owner says he doesn't plan on having police continue to look for the thief, nor does he want to press charges. He says all he ever wanted was Lindo back, and now that he's here, he wants to move on and keep them safe. Reporting from Park Slope, Ida Siegel, News 4.
What a happy story about birds. Okay. Oldest dinosaur fossil ever found in Denver.
Truth is stranger than fiction. Scientists recently discovered the oldest fossil ever found within the Denver city limits, and it's where they found it that's so improbable. Here's Denver's Ryan Fish.
What is it?
This was one of these once-in-a-lifetime opportunities.
The Denver
But what is it?
Museum of Natural Science says this is the oldest and deepest dinosaur fossil ever found in the city.
We know that it came
Is that scat?
from the spine of a dinosaur, probably a plant-eating dinosaur, and maybe one that roamed tropical swamps and meadows of Colorado when it was very much like a rainforest.
That was roughly 67 million years ago, just before the mass extinction of dinosaurs.
If someone found this, 100 miles away out in the middle of nowhere, that would be still amazingly cool.
But museum staff didn't have to go far. They found it here beneath the museum's parking lot. The patched hole on the pavement is still there.
You have a better chance of winning the lottery.
In January, museum scientists were digging into the ground.
Drilling a well to learn more about the geology below City Park and whether we can use the heat in the ground there to run our air conditioning and our heating in a more efficient way.
And that's when they found the dinosaur bone.
It's a fantastic accidental discovery.
Colorado geologists have had many discoveries to celebrate over the years. Construction crews have discovered fossils when building DIA and Coors Field, which is why the Rockies mascot, Dinger, is a triceratops. Other
Dinger? Okay, that guy's got a great name.
Fossil finds led to Dinosaur Ridge near Morrison and Dinosaur National Monument in western Colorado.
Well, one of the things that's great about the rocks underfoot here is that they're well preserved. They haven't been cooked by a volcano. They haven't been beaten up by huge faults, by continents colliding one another. And they're not that far away from the surface. So we have the potential to find them.
Now this miraculous fossil find is on display inside the museum, about 700 feet above where it was before.
There are probably way more dinosaurs beneath the museum and probably other buildings in Colorado too, just waiting to be discovered.
Just don't expect City Park to become an excavation site anytime soon. In Denver, Ryan Fish, Denver 7.
Okay. I want to know more about Dinger. All right, we're almost done with the animal news. We got 2 more dog libraries.
The town of Stockton Springs is making one of its local beaches a little more dog-friendly.
Sandy Point Beach now has a dog library that's keeping our furry friends busy and having fun.
What does that mean?
News Center Maine's Brianna Bush takes us there.
While most come to the beach for the water and the view, Teddy comes for something else.
Go get it. Good boy.
The dog library at Sandy.
Is that a box of sticks?
Point Beach in Stockton Springs.
He loves it. He just absolutely loves it.
Because sticks and tennis balls are waiting for him.
Hey, bring it back. Good boy.
And his other 4-legged friends too.
You bring the dogs down here and they're playing with other dogs and they're playing with the sticks and the balls, and it just makes them a happier dog.
It's something that brightens dog owner Lori Gray's day too. Teddy is a rescue, and this new addition is giving
Okay, next story. Cat leashes growing in popularity.
Probably just up from a quick nap, 4-year-old Findus is getting suited up for one of several daily promenades. As he makes his way out of the parking lot on a makeshift backpack, the Savannah sporting the latest in feline haute couture.
What the hell? Where's the cat?
Catches the admiration of passersby.
That means we're okay? You're not a dog, you're a cat, right?
Yes, he knows he's wearing a harness, but doesn't understand what all the fuss is about.
We put a leash on him when he was 3 months old. He didn't even notice.
Now the cat, with his own Instagram account, 515,000 followers and counting, knows the drill. If he wants to go paddleboarding, swimming, or snow pawing, the leash is just
cat leashers here? Do we have any cat leashers in the community?
Was part of the deal.
Normally, everybody just smiles and says, how cute it is.
I used
and
to.
How great it is that my cat will never do that. To which I reply, well, you have to try.
Turns out a lot of people are. Vancouver-based RC Pets began making their adventure kitty harness in 2018 and have now sold nearly 500,000.
A lot of people live in less space now, and so being in an apartment is not a lot of space for a cat to roam and to live its true nature. So giving it a harness allows you to bring it just on a picnic that you go with them.
In fact, it's so popular, it's outselling similar products they make for dogs.
It is our top-selling product right now in North America.
Now remember, they are cats, and they will set the course.
You know what's easier than getting a horse to live in a tank and swim around all day? Buying a fish. Maybe you just get a dog. Am I crazy on this one? Like, I'm okay with it, but I feel like it takes a specific type of cat to want to be walked. Do all cats just want to be walked? Nah, you're spitting facts? Because I know some cats who just like want to do their own fucking thing. Anyway, we are now on to the world record roundup. Our first story. World's largest minion collection. Oh, God.
To my minion collection.
Okay, you guys should know I am the biggest anti Despicable Me and Minion person on the planet.
My main hobby is collecting minions. It was 2010 when the first Despicable Me movie came out. We saw the movie.
Why? Because it feels like a boardroom of people trying to make money wrote a kid's film. And there's nothing really unique or interesting about it. It's just kind of like AI.
I loved the Minions. I remember laughing so hard.
So all kids films? You haven't watched many kids films, have you?
I remember getting one of the first things was a little miniature figurine from 15 years ago. So that's where it all began, and I was just a big kid at 37. So I put them all together in this box because I thought I had a lot. Yeah, I got a few
all right,
more.
GG's, enjoy stream chat. Improv, are you that diehard a Despicable Me fan? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. My man said GG's. That's it. Banana. I fucking love it. I'm turning I'm out of here. No. This is a bridge too far, Will. This is a bridge too far.
So this cabinet here holds all of my most
That person went to bed angry.
valuable minions. It also holds the ones that come from overseas. It became more of an obsession for me after 2018 when I planned a trip to Singapore. I wanted to be at the Universal Studios. There was a Minion store there, and I remember going and spending so much money on my birthday in the shop. And then I could see coming down the road were the Minion characters, and I got in line with all the kids and I got a photo with the Minions. But I was having fun, so I didn't mind. From there, that really sparked in me the collecting side of it, and I really was on the lookout then for lots of Minions. This hat came from the US and Florida from Universal Studios. So did my little cup.
I'm not hating on it. You know, if minions make you happy, God bless.
That I love. This one here came from a friend who went to Beijing. So all of my Stuarts are all together on this stand here. Stuart's my favourite. He's the sassy one and he gets in trouble as often as he can. I have him as
All right, I think, oh God, she has a giant Stuart tattoo. Hold on.
my tattoo. He's just my favourite because he's so cute. So in this case,
That's wild. That's really wild. A minion tattoo. That is a commitment. Let me tell you. First woman to row from Europe to South America solo. Oh, hell yeah.
Adventurer Zara Lachlan is here with us. She's 21 years old and she hopes to break 3 world records. Tell me about them.
So I will be rowing from mainland Europe to mainland South America and hopefully take me just under 3 months of rowing for 15 hours a day. As long
What?
as I get there, I will be the first person to row solo, unsupported and non-stop across
She's
that
a Viking.
route.
This has been my first day on the water where it's ended and I felt a bit defeated afterwards. I have been rowing continuously for 12 hours. I couldn't eat or go to the loo or anything because I had such bad weather.
It is day 60, which means it's Christmas Day.
Day 60.
I hope that you're spending it with some loved ones and eating far too much food and know that I'm having a really good time. It's very not windy today.
I love how the dude who sailed with his cat got infinite media attention, and this woman who rowed for 3 months is the first I'm hearing it.
Day 90, which is so many days. I should also now be in my last week of rowing, which is very exciting. It will be a push and it will be hard, but I'm looking to get in January. I get to go home.
Okay, that is such a cool boat they made her. That's fire. That's like an apocalypse rig. So I bet there's like a bed in here, like a tiny kitchen underneath. Like, this is cool. I want to see inside her vessel.
Oh yeah,
Bro,
wow.
no one even
that's very
showed
cool.
up at the
Would
end.
be a
Did you
shame
hear
if
that
there were a couple
applause?
holes.
Did you hear that applause? Listen, she just wrote listen to this fucking applause. Cat guy had an entire yacht club show up and throw him a party. What the fuck? I need to see her boat.
I'm going in the water today. I go in every other day. First thing I do is try on grab. And one time when I was in the...
I want to see her boat. Does anybody have her boat?
It's 9 o'clock, Sunday 27th of are ready to go in the marina. It's just bringing the boat to berth.
What's the solar panel for?
The time now is
Kitchen power. Dude, what if one of her oars broke? She would be so fucked. Dude, I want to know more about that. That story is crazy. Wait a minute. World's most expensive cheese. Never mind.
What would you do with $42,000? One man in Spain used all of the money to buy a hunk of cheese. It officially set a world record for most expensive cheese ever sold at auction.
Wow.
According to Guinness World Records, the record-breaking cheese sold last August. It was aged in a cave for 10 months before going to auction.
Aged in a cave?
9 catering businesses from Spain took part in the bidding war. The auction started at 3,000 euros or $3,500 US and went up from there, with 40 bids ultimately going
That is crazy. Is that cheese that good? Is that cheese really that fire? I kind of want to try that cheese now. Aged in a cave like Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Nebraska town celebrates world's biggest time capsule.
In America's official July 4th small town.
In small town USA, 4th of July city.
The world's biggest time capsule, according to the World Record Academy. A classic roadside attraction for 50 years.
They found it. I can't believe they found it.
Finally,
company that made her boat. Hold on. I want to see inside.
I'm
Our
a
boats.
stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no
Hold
shit
on.
from anyone.
Show vessel. That's it. I want to see inside. Oh, that's cool inside. Wait, it was probably the bigger one. Oh. Wait, I want to. Show me inside the boat.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Storage and boat care, navigation. What the fuck? Whatever.
Sealed, revealing a treasure trove of Americana. Half a century ago today, the town came together to freeze a moment in time.
Pet rocks, teal-colored leisure suit, very, very much 1975.
That leisure suit goes absolutely bonkers.
Very much 1975.
Even an almost perfectly preserved Chevy Vega.
It took 3 days to crack open this 45-ton portal to the past. They even had to use a crane. And then it was a race against time to bring thousands of items up and out.
But it was some of the smaller items that got the biggest response.
This is clearly my mom's handwriting.
Chris Galen reuniting with this note.
I hope you had a good education, a happy, successful life.
That moment is what capsule creator Harold Davidson would have wanted.
I thought my dad...
We actually did a capsule up on Beaver Island, and when we opened it, it had some dope shit in it. Had some Army Men, an old bag of Cheetos. I think it had a Van Halen CD. We let it sit for like 15 years, I think. 20 years? I don't know.
It was crazy. I think you need to be pushing 45 to understand how fast time goes, how little time you have to make memories with those you love. And that was what he was trying to do.
The thing I'm thinking about as I think about the time capsule is it's not about...
Okay, that Johnny Quest shirt goes absolutely wild too.
What's inside of it, it's about what's inside of us and who we were back in 75 and who we are today.
Honoring the past and the present on a day of celebration. Maya Eaglin, NBC News, Seward, Nebraska.
We thank you for watching and remember.
That was a cute story. All right, largest bronze eagle.
Tucked away in south central Washington, the small town of Goldendale boasts breathtaking scenery of the Northwest landscape, where the majesty of the Columbia River Gorge meets the dramatic peaks of the Cascade
I
Mountains.
think I'm about to be visited by Farley. Farley? Farley? Oh, dinner. Wow.
2 dogs.
And the dogs.
The dogs are here.
Oh,
It's
chicken
hot,
and
it's hot, it's hot.
dumplings.
Come here.
Oh,
Come here,
wow.
Come here.
Show food. Wow. That looks
No.
Can I
take that dog? No, he's Can I take
That looks phenomenal. Hey, everybody, it's Sandwich. Hey, everybody, it's Caroline.
Hey.
Hey, everybody, it's Farley.
It's the TJ. He's just not happy.
Best.
He's always pissed.
Oki's been
always pissed. All right, give her a shot.
Yeah, you need a live test.
Oh, live test?
Give her a try.
No pressure.
Okay. Oh.
Huh?
Yeah. Holy shit, that's good.
Sam's chicken and dumplings.
That's like a really good matzo ball soup.
Chicken and dumplings.
Mmm.
Thanks, man.
Is there more?
Here you guys. He'll have a couple bites. Leftovers. This is what Will does. When he really likes something.
What?
And then he'll like, yeah.
Because listen.
No, it's cute. It's cute.
Are you staying over?
Maybe. I don't know. Brainstorm. We have to get up also.
I'm still kind of like.
I'm just
We're
letting you
down
know
to watch a movie.
with.
Let me know. Hour and a half, I'll probably be done.
Let me know, like the name of our podcast. Did everyone watch your episode?
That's true.
Whoa! Hey!
Real cigarettes.
Hey! If you want to go learn about Will Knapp that you can get from Furion,
That's right.
go watch his appearance on. Okay, bye.
What do you use to make these dumplings?
Oh yeah, speak on it.
It's a secret recipe. Why would I spill the secret?
I didn't know it was a secret. How you
It's
could.
a super secret recipe. It's a little Bisquick and water.
Mmm.
But the other stuff is
Love. It's love. Do you taste the love?
I do.
You taste the love?
I do.
You tasting the love?
I taste it.
I feel like pressure that we're watching.
Yeah.
Yes, eat
Yeah,
it.
we're like, yeah.
Okay.
Eat it.
Okay.
Consume it.
Thanks, y'all. Let me know what you decide. I'll come watch a movie if you want to. All right.
Against a backdrop of rolling farms, fields, and forests.
Pretty phenomenal. First time we saw it, we were blown away.
But now there's another site
Just wow, just crazy. It's just something that you never imagined seeing.
It's just hard to believe that somebody could make this.
Wow. That's leaving visitors in awe.
It's bigger than I thought it would be. And it's just wow.
Holy shit.
This is Freedom, the world's largest bronze eagle, finally
Holy
hatched
shit.
and ready to take flight after a very, very long incubation period.
That's our baby. I'm very proud. We are very proud.
Ty and Barbara Ross own the eagle, which is now the talk of the town.
People just keep coming, hour after hour.
But the story of how it got here is truly a saga.
They told me it would take 6 months to a year. That was 9.5 years ago.
What?
And the cost went up about the same as the amount of years.
It started at their kitchen table in 2015. Barbara loves art. Ty loves eagles. They have money and
It's just that simple.
wanted to make their favorite local artist even more famous. Heather Green gained national attention as a prodigy when she was 6 years old. Here she is in People magazine in 1982. And this was Heather a decade ago, when she first started working on the eagle at her foundry in Cascade Locks.
Barbara and Ty came along and said, how would you like to do a big eagle?
Rich Green is Heather's husband, her spokesperson, and for this project, the wind beneath her wings.
So the theme was overkill. So originally it was engineered with 1-inch steel. We used 2-inch steel on the shoulders.
Dude, that thing must weigh 3 tons.
Rich helped Heather put it all together.
That comes off of the mold, then it gets dipped into a tank.
Using traditional methods.
That piece goes into a kiln.
Without modern scanning tools or milling robots. Literally winging it.
So she took each mold, reversed it, by her eye, and then when you went to put all those together, there was discrepancy because it wasn't done with technology.
They struggled with head-scratching measurements and even life-threatening emergencies.
What?
Like the Eagle Creek fire. It burned so close to their studio, they set up hoses so the clay wouldn't melt if they lost power. There were also injuries. Heather got a second-degree sunburn on her back. Rich, a compression fracture when he fell off a wing.
So I had to sit on the couch for 6 weeks.
Did you ever at any point, Rich, think, I can't do this anymore?
I did that right as nothing was fitting right in these holes. And that's when I literally went out behind the building and prayed. And I said, I need help, God, because if you can create the whole universe, you can do this. And then within
That is true.
a day, I could see everything that I needed to do.
With the help of a few different foundries, a nuclear submarine welder, and a
What?
new workshop the Ross family built on their property, they got it done. Last month, they used a 50-ton crane to move the finished masterpiece into town. The Eagle landed right next to the Goldendale post office. Its sheer size, breathtaking, and drawing crowds.
I like how it's just staying on a trailer, too.
35,000 pounds.
In 9 years, they never thought of a place to put it. 35,000 pounds? What?
And each wing weighs 10,000 pounds.
To put that into perspective, each one of these panels weighs 30 pounds. That's about a fourth of my body weight. And there are 800 on the Eagle, and they were all put together by hand.
It looked better than we thought it was going to
Yes,
look. It looked beautiful, and
Yeah.
it's fantastic.
After a lot of blood, sweat, and tears,
I love you, honey.
Love you. So proud of you.
Give me 5. Give me 5.
yeah, the entire Ross family is savoring the celebration of this monumental feat.
It's stunning. You just see the hard work in every little feather and every little talon. It's beautiful.
And expensive, so the Eagle will eventually have to leave its perch in Goldendale. It's now for sale. How much is still a mystery.
They're selling it already?
So it cost us enormous amount that we hadn't really figured on to begin with.
How much?
You see these hands? I've got arthritis from writing the checks.
Several million is the closest we got.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Several
Buy that shit.
million?
To an exact amount. There's a lot of buzz over who might swoop in to buy it, and much of the
And not much reality to it.
speculation is nesting around President Trump.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Is this an America made-up moment?
Save us, Donald Trump. We spent too much money on our bronze eagle. Save us, Donald Trump.
I really do. I really hope he sees all of it, and I hope that it lands with him, and I hope that he purchases it for the gift of the White House and it can stay there forever. I think it would be brilliant.
It'd be beautiful on the pond in front of the Washington Monument.
Where
Oh.
wherever the Eagle goes, Goldendale's name will be on it.
Rich Green is now guarding the Eagle 24/7, living in a trailer right behind its right wing until it's ready to take flight to its permanent home.
Isn't that cool?
And as he answers questions and listens to the people who stop and snap selfies, he says one thing is as clear as the blue sky above. Freedom is a bipartisan bird.
We've had people here that hate the party in power, and we've had people here that love the party in power. They love this. So that, to me, is like, that's amazing.
Well, I'm a 20-year vet from the Air Force, and freedom means everything to us, without a doubt. And we thank God for it every day of our lives.
Yes.
And this is just a representation of that for us. It represents that freedom. So I think it's awesome.
And forever a feather in Goldendale's cap. For ARC PDX, I'm Angelica Thornton.
Wow, what a story. All right, I am going to quickly get a drink. Then we're going to move on to social and media, and finally crime, your favorite category. Haas, please entertain them for the next minute and a half. I'll be right back.
SpongeBob, big boy, what the fuck is this speed?
Mr. Krabs, shut up and let me cook.
Now this is a beat I can fuck this SpongeBob, big boy.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
What the fuck is this? Did I see Austin show? Did I see Austin show here? He got some premium chair stream. All right. Annual Dino Girl Racing.
Okay, now to something else. In today's handoff to Joe and Erica, an iconic horse racing track.
Oh, there he is.
Getting run over by a different type of creature, and the results truly too good not to share.
And
wow.
T-Rex is away, and they come
Okay.
flying.
I mean, they're not horse girls.
Honestly, I could watch clips like this all day. That is a stampede of T-Rexes.
God.
Taking a tumble, racing through Emerald Downs in Washington State. Let's get that slow-mo. Oh, this is part of the annual T-Rex World Championships.
Oh, my God.
300 people competed in the men's,
Oh, my
women's,
God.
and children's races while dressed like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. We reported
Glue.
on similar races at the Field Museum in Chicago for their Dinopalooza, but the one in Washington includes these dinosaurs parachuting onto the track like this. If you're interested,
Wow.
the races will be shown in full on ESPN2 a little later this summer.
We know Marie will be watching.
I'm setting my DVR.
ESPN 8, the Ocho, baby. Only the finest sporting events. God, I love horse girl racing. I've wanted to play that game again. That game is fucking good. All right. NASA astronaut captures photo of Sprite phenomena?
A NASA astronaut is sharing an incredible photo that she took in space of a rare atmospheric event. Astronaut Nicole Ayers caught the burst of light called a Sprite on
What is that?
camera while orbiting above the U.S. and Mexico. The striking displays are triggered by intense electrical activity in storm clouds and can generally only be seen from above. That is one incredible shot. Look at
cool.
that. Yeah.
All right, let's bring in Andrea. I'm sure you have thoughts on the Sprite.
You know what? I spent about 40.
I love this girl is like, look at her reaction to being called in to talk about this.
And Andrea, I'm sure you have thoughts on.
No, I'm a meteorologist. What the fuck?
A Sprite.
You know what? I spent about 45 minutes looking at this photo.
I mean, I knew you
morning.
would.
It's so incredible. What a cool sight to see for her, but I'm so glad that she shared it with us.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the...
Thanks, Al Roker. All right. Martian rock up for auction.
This is an amazing Martian meteorite that broke off of the Martian surface. There was some sort of massive asteroid strike, and we know there have only been 19 asteroid strikes big enough to eject a piece like this off of the surface of the planet. You know, most things burn up when they're coming through the Earth's atmosphere.
Wow.
You know, the spacecrafts, the Apollo astronauts had to have a massive heat shield on the bottom of those spacecraft. So it's incredible that it made it through, and then that it crashed in the middle of the desert instead of the middle of the ocean in a place where we could find it. And luckily with meteorites, unlike
$4 million.
a lot of the other items I sell, we do have a lot of price indications, and looking at all the different meteorites that have sold, they generally have a price per gram. So the estimate of 2 to 4 million is actually quite conservative for the price per gram for a Martian meteorite of this.
Per gram? How much do I got to pay for an 8-ball of Martian rock? How much do I have to, what do I got to drop to just get an 8-ball of that Martian rock? God damn. All right, next up, Mustard Museum. What is happening on my screen? What was that? What is this animation?
Can I have ketchup on there?
Oh! Wiener Circle! Dude, I used to live right down the street from here. Dude, I could see my apartment from right here. I would sit here late at night after working at Second City, and I would rip a wiener and then walk back to my apartment. Oh, shit, dude. This is nostalgic as fuck.
Can I have ketchup on there?
No. If you thought maybe the Wiener Circle in Chicago was uniquely anti-ketchup,
No ketchup, man.
it turns out there's another pocket of ketchup resistance in a basement in Middleton, Wisconsin.
On our hot dogs, on our bratwurst, mustard.
I thought David Lynch was dead. In fact, he's just running a mustard museum. What the fuck?
It is so cool.
Which is where we found Barry Levinson.
Never catch up there again. against the rules.
Levinson is founder of the National Mustard Museum. In fact, he doesn't even like ketchup and mustard on the same table.
Like mixed together.
Yeah, mixed together, and I think that's a travesty.
That's, dogs lying down with cats, right? That's
right. It's just
a sin against.
Okay, that tie absolutely fucks. I'm sorry. This tie absolutely goes hammer.
A sin against nature.
Definitely.
Levinson, who quit his job in 1991 as an assistant attorney general,
Maui onion mustard,
to focus on
what?
On his love of mustard.
Dijon mustards. They're never too strong.
Also runs the annual Worldwide Mustard Championships.
It's a good honey mustard. It's got some crazy dark umami going on there.
Which featured over.
All right, bud. All right, bud.
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Rip a wiener and get a chocolate shake, Will.
That person has been to Wiener Circle. And to that person who I think might be testing me, no, there is no chocolate milkshake on the menu at Wiener Circle. I repeat, do not order the chocolate milkshake at the Wiener Circle. I repeat.
Some crazy dark umami going on there.
Which featured over 250 entries this year in every style and flavor you could imagine.
I've probably tasted at least 3,000 or 4,000 different mustards. There's everything from American Yellow to Dijon
I don't
to
take no shit from anyone.
Hey Will, my girlfriend and I think it would be cool to watch you react to Antiques Roadshow.
Okay. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the donation. That would be fun. Sear watches a lot of Antique Roadshow. I wouldn't want to steal his content, but I'd love Antique Roadshow.
Garlic
I might try
mustards to urban veggie mustards to fruit mustards, exotic mustards.
God, our audience is getting old, says Haas. Hey, Will, my girlfriend and I think it would be cool if you fed us prune juice. All right.
I'm feeling it all over my face.
Hey, Will, my partner and I think it would be really neat and swell if you watched Ken Burns' Civil War documentary series.
There's a hot pepper category, which can be challenging for the volunteer judges.
I love that we're boomer friendly. I love that we're boomer friendly. We might have one of the biggest boomer communities on Twitch. Real shit. Because usually the boomers on the platform kind of watch smaller creators. So we have a pretty big amalgam of old heads, and I love that.
And also challenging for a TV correspondent.
Oh, yeah.
Who just thought he was going to taste.
I think Moon, Northern Lion, Germa probably have us beat. I'm trying to think if anybody else has an old head community older than us. Hassan? He probably does have a lot of old heads, but he has a lot of really young people too.
Some great.
Oh, Cone Carnage. Yeah, dude. Carnage has a bunch.
Poupon.
I feel it in my scalp.
Yeah.
In case you were wondering, a mustard from Finland was crowned grand champion this year. As far as its history, well, mustard can be traced back to Roman times, but it was around the 13th century when
This looks like a mustard, man.
Monks of Dijon, France, began making it the way we know it today.
What qualifies something as mustard in your opinion? Because some of these things are definitely pretty far afield from what I think of as a traditional mustard.
Well, they may not be traditional, but they have mustard seed and some other liquid. And that qualifies it as a mustard.
In more recent mustard history...
Will I fucking love you? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're having a good time on a Monday. That makes me happy.
Levinson's collection has grown to over...
Mustard! Sorry,
7,000 mustards.
I've been fighting the urge the entire time.
And counting.
This is what we call the Great Wall of Mustard.
From all 50 states...
I see you've got Humboldt. This is the county of my birth.
and over 70 countries,
These are from England.
showcasing all of mustard's versatile uses.
We've also got mustard flavored soda.
Oh, God.
Can't believe that didn't catch on.
Yeah.
And
He's like, what the fuck do you mean by that? All the Colonel Mustard playing cards? Fire.
mean anything mustard related.
We have here a couple of scoops of
wow, that's very
mustard ice
cool.
cream.
Boosie, thank you so much.
Yes. Made for us on National Mustard Day.
Okay.
And it's sold out.
I love this guy. I fucking love this guy. He just fucking loves mustard, and he's like, you know what? I'm not going to be a DA. I'm going to be a mustard guy.
The last 3 years.
That is so much better than I thought it was going to be. That's really, really tasty. Very subtle with the mustard. Wisely.
Even after nearly 40 years, Levinson says he's still captivated by his beloved condiment.
And we have a surprise for you.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. The weekend show that cuts the mustard?
Yes.
That is high.
They made him his own mustard.
Praise here at the National Mustard Museum.
And you deserve it.
Thank you.
Fire. That's what Neff News is all about. U.S. couple wins annual wife carrying competition. Oh,
History
didn't Speed do this and Tombstone pile drive his partner? Didn't that just happen?
Made at the annual Wife Carrying World Championship when a Wisconsin couple became the first from the U.S. to claim the victory. The competition is a challenge of speed and strength and consists of the runner carrying a wife, presumably their own. We're joined now by that winning couple, Caleb and Justine Roessler. Thank you both so much for being here. I mean, what a win. What an honor to be speaking with the world champions. I got to start with what happens next. Are you interested in going pro? Are you considering 2028 LA Olympics? Like, what's the vibe here?
Don't know. We're just trying to come home and explain to our 4 kids what just happened. So we're not sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, where do you even begin explaining this to people? Justine, let me ask you first. I mean, how did you guys hear about this competition to begin with?
Yeah, Caleb, like 10 years ago, heard about it like on ESPN. And then we recently heard that outside of Madison, had a competition. And so we ended up doing it and then ended up going to
the waterboarding section of the race. Nice.
The Maine and then to Finland. So it kind of started there.
Caleb, when you first saw it on ESPN, about a decade ago, Justine was saying, at what point did you guys look at each other and say, why don't we actually do this? And what was the gut reaction to
Does anybody have the clip of
really do it?
Speed, like Tombstone pile driving? Yeah, dude, watch this. Watch ad free. What the fuck is this? This is not Zabooby. Hold on, let me see if I can find it on my own. Wait. Here it is. I got it. Bro, watch this. Watch this.
Damn, this bitch heavy. Damn,
He says, damn, this bitch heavy.
heavy as fuck. Damn.
Now he goes on to the slippery portion. No decreased pace whatsoever. Tombstone pile driver. I like how other people are crawling.
Come on. Man, fuck this shit, bro. Fuck this shit. Forget the lady. Go along, go along, go along.
Forget the lady. Run. And he just takes off and leaves her. Tombstone pile drives her into another dimension and then just leaves her.
Se da la partida de la carrera de jinetes inmediatamente. José Ávila por dentro con Rodrigo Alonso. Están peleando la punta y abierto lo hace Adrián Tután. Rodrigo Alonso por dentro, un cuerpo. El segundo lugar para Adrián Tután en línea con José Ávila.
God, racing is fun. Anyway, pretty fucking funny. All right. New Barbie just dropped. A new Barbie?
Oh, yeah, wow. That's
All
very
right,
cool.
you got my attention.
You know I don't speak Spanish.
Than 6 decades of Barbie. There's no question the beloved doll can do it all. She rocks different hairstyles, explores countless careers, and celebrates different backgrounds.
Countless careers?
Explores countless careers.
What is this one? Is that Desert Storm Barbie? Wow.
And celebrates different backgrounds. Express yourself. And this week, doll maker Mattel is expanding her repertoire, introducing the first Barbie doll with type 1 diabetes. After past criticism over Barbie's early lack of diversity, Mattel says it marks an important step in our commitment.
I mean, that's kind of cute.
Barbie, no, don't commit that war crime.
That's cute. She's got the... Okay. That's cute. You know what? My initial shock has been replaced by, okay, as someone who had a brother who suffered from type 1 diabetes and a mentor who suffered from diabetes, this is cool. Maybe my brother would have taken care of his diabetes in a more responsible way had he a toy growing up. Okay, it's a little shocking.
Inclusivity and enables more children to see themselves reflected in Barbie. Children like Eloise.
I've always wanted a Barbie just like me that has a pump like me and a Dexcom like me.
Reactions already pouring in.
She's just like me.
Mattel worked with nonprofit Breakthrough T1D to develop the doll.
You got the chance to give some kids the Barbie, and what was their reaction?
It was amazing, the moment that we unveiled Barbie. The screams, the shrieks, the joy was extraordinary.
Frankly, yeah, I agree. Listen, my initial shock is replaced by, because I knew immediately, once I started to process it, I thought about my brother Philip and like growing up with him and like me doing the blood testing, like the blood sugar testing with him to make him not feel like alone. Yeah, I mean,
tears. I was crying. The kids were crying. Then they started chanting, Barbie, Barbie, Barbie.
4-year-old Cora Patel showed us her continuous glucose monitor.
What does it do?
Make me healthy.
Just like Barbie's.
When she saw this Barbie, it's the only time I've seen her ask for a doll. So she saw something in it that she sees in herself, which is really cool.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories.
Cute.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
I can't believe it. Barbie has gone woke. The last bastion of American values has fallen.
Oh, stop it. Guys, listen. It's okay that kids with diabetes have their own Barbie. Because we all know they made one for Twitch chatters years ago. So, someone wrote, autism, let's fucking go.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Nef News Netflix.
Oh, shit. Twains. All right. Dirty Soda has gone
Time now for Big Talkers. And for months now, Hulu's hit show, The Secret Wives of Mormon Wives, has had everyone talking about Dirty Soda.
What's Dirty
We have a
Soda?
local update on this trend, but first, a reminder of just what Dirty Soda is.
Utah is like land of the Mormon bar, which are all the soda shops that we have. There's one on every corner.
We don't drink alcohol or do drugs, and so it's kind of our vice.
Well, as we've explained before, there's no set recipe for a dirty soda, only that you start with a base of soda, such as Coke, Sprite, Dr. Pepper, and then add
What is that?
a combo of syrup, juice, cream, coffee creamer. Technically, you can make one at home, but now here in the Delaware Valley and down at the shore, since we don't have a dirty soda joint like Swig or Sodalicious, they got them across the country, not here. So the hottest spot to concoct a dirty soda turns out to be where else? Wawa. And TikTokers are on board, posting their favorite Wawa-made dirty soda combinations. So the video shows young ladies making their way around various Wawas, adding some soda, maybe some of Wawa's French vanilla coffee creamer, sharing their low-cal versions. There really are limitless possibilities. And Brian, if the idea of mixing coffee creamer in your soda doesn't appeal to you, don't worry. Regular soda still exists, and it's just as you've always remembered it.
Yeah, look, it's not good for you, but it's fun. What the heck?
You know who could get into this?
Who's that?
Our children.
My children are already into this.
Are they?
Yeah. But while they're mixing the sodas, I'm over there like putting all kinds of different coffees into one.
Into what?
This new cinnamon churro.
What's hazelnut?
Huh. Cutie did a video with Maya on this. I should bring some dirty sodas and the giant eagle to the next Fear End. Okay. Next up. Dirty sodas. Annual high heel race? There's no way. What am I looking at? Oh my God. He'll never walk again. He'll never walk again. Oh my God. That man's athletic career is over. I don't know if you've ever worn pumps like that, but when you go down like that, your ankle is in fragments, and he's power running. Oh my God. Oh no. They need to mix that with the running of the bulls. The running of the bulls has gotten too safe. Now, do it in high heels. That's pretty sick. Running in high heels is an art form, though. Retirees now live on a cruise ship. Oh, I've heard about this because it's actually cheaper than a retirement home.
Oh, it's pretty expensive to live here in Southern California. But one woman from Orange County found the perfect solution.
Hi, Satan? Why did you write hi, Satan? And then tag me. What do you know?
Even comes with an ocean view every day. NBC4's Hetty Chang spoke with a 77-year-old woman who is now living at sea.
Could I ask you to show me around? When I asked Sharon Lane for a tour of her new home,
They put cookies out there in the afternoon.
she started with the ocean view, which for the next 15 years will be ever changing.
Out that window, that's Vancouver. There's a seaplane taking off. We're going to, in a couple, well, we'll be in Alaska next, then Japan, then Taiwan.
The 77-year-old retiree moved into the Villa V cruise ship 2 weeks ago and said goodbye to living on land for good.
You can see my anchor that I had from my previous home and my porthole. So you see, I've always been an ocean person.
Lane is a retired foreign language teacher who lived in LA, San Bernardino, and most recently in a retirement community in Orange County. She says she's always dreamed of ocean living, but it was the cost of living that she says made the decision easy.
Every month I have a maintenance fee.
I bet they show a lot of hull on that ship.
Okay. And that is less than I was paying for rent in Laguna Woods.
Lane.
That's crazy. That is dystopian. That it is cheaper to live on a commercial cruise vessel than it is to live in California.
Won't say how much she paid for her own one-bedroom villa at sea, but Villa V says an interior villa like hers is priced at $129,999 for the next 15 years or the life of the ship. And talk about all-inclusive, the cruise line says a $3,000 monthly fee pays for meals, beer and wine, housekeeping, laundry, Wi-Fi, and even medical services.
What? Wait! What kind of medical services? Wait, they figured out healthcare? Wait, can I get dialysis? Because, I mean, I might be moving to a boat, ladies and gentlemen. I've been hard on my liver.
All the chores that you do in life, done. If you put your to-do list for the weekend on a piece of paper and you crossed off anything that wasn't a fun activity, then you end up with the life that we have now. And not only was it affordable for me, it would actually cost me less money to live here like this, have everybody taking care of me instead of me taking care of everybody.
Lane says she has children, grandkids, and nieces and nephews. All, she says, were on board with her decision as a retiree at sea.
You're there for the rest of your life?
This is my home. I don't plan on croaking in 15 years. I know there are other people who say, oh, she's 77, so she won't last 15 years.
Hetty Chang.
Yeah, I will live that long because that's 104, I think. So, and I'm not there yet.
NBC4 News.
Wow. That's 77 plus 15 is definitely not 104, but I'm a little worried about her math, but pretty dank. Pretty dank. Okay. Tiny Long Island Pizzeria gets national recognition.
No surprise to New Yorkers here. Some local pizzerias are making the list of...
Fuck, I love some fucking pizza from Long Island. Hey, do you hear? A fucking pizza place on the fucking news.
top slice spots in America. And the number 3 spot on Long Island is easy to miss if you don't know where to look. Carolyn Gussoff takes us to this hidden gem.
A world away from the famous Ponte Vecchio, this little Mineola bridge obscures a slice of heaven, a tiny pizza shop under an overpass that's getting bravos from Italy. Taglio, with only 8 tables, has turned the tables on Long Island pizza making. Owner Rob Cervoni says a trip to Italy as a child ignited his passion for Roman style.
Oh, what is that?
Why is this pizza not in the United?
Oh, wait, is this where Squeaks ate?
States? Why is it not on Long Island?
He changed that with a higher hydration dough. It's cut with scissors, made with ingredients sourced from
No. Okay, sorry. I'll go fuck myself.
Italy that bring home the flavor.
Our flour, our tomatoes, this is all made with unbleached, unbromated flour, Pecorino Romano, 100% sheep's milk, extra virgin olive oil from Sicily.
And his not-so-secret sauce gets back to
sauce. I love that. I love that this reporter has been living in New York just long enough that she said sauce.
basics.
Sea salt, basil, and olive oil. The tomatoes in.
That is the funniest thing to me that Cutie says sauce. There is no reason that Cutie says sauce. Like, I remember the first time she said sauce, I was like, oh, you're doing a character. And she's like, no, I say sauce. And I was like, why? Why do you say sauce? You should say sauce. And she's like, I don't know. I've just always said that way. I'm like, oh, interesting.
Italy have flavor. If you use the best quality stuff, there's not. You want to let
She also says coffee. She says coffee and she says sauce, which is like literally Long Island shit. I have to actually ask her how that started. Why she possesses a Long Island accent that I spent my entire life getting rid of. The accent that I tried tirelessly to get rid of, she adapted for free.
everybody know your secret.
Even the oven is made in Italy. Taglio was just crowned the third best slice in the U.S. by the Italian pizzeria guide 50 Top Pizza, right behind the two big cheeses, L'Industrie in Brooklyn and Slice and Pie in D.C.
The artisanal toppings that we put on top, everything is fresh, everything's imported.
People stand here for 5 minutes looking back and forth. Hard decision.
The crust was crunchy and light.
So much to choose from, but I'm going to stick with the most authentic, the Classica. It is bellissimo. Cervoni expects some crusty comments. People are passionate about their hometown pies.
For Long Island, I think it's huge because Long Island doesn't really get the recognition that it deserves.
The judges told us Taglio was chosen after an anonymous visit. Great quality dough and ingredients.
Does she say Dawn also? I don't know if she says Dawn. You must be a real Long Islander or someone from around New York to know Dawn. That's a deep one.
Passionate and consistent.
The other one that like I've heard a lot is foie. Fire becomes foie. I said foie all growing up, and I got made fun of it when we moved to Jersey.
Work. Judge for yourself. Take the train from Mineola, walk a few steps north, bring some navigation and an
Say water. Do you want me to do the Long Island accent? You guys have to understand. This is an accent that as a kid, I was like mortified by. Like when I got to Princeton and then to North Carolina, like I quickly adapted the y'all and all that kind of stuff. Cause I was like, I gotta bring it back. Dude, here's the thing. If I go spend like a month in New York, I will pick it up again. I know it will come back. Like when Caroline and I visited New York, I immediately was like, I sound more like a New Yorker again. Give us a sample. It's like, it's Donna. It was just a little kid that sounded like that. Oh, you fucking, oh shit. You know, like, I don't want to, dude. Have I ever told you guys this story of like when we were walking Farley and Caroline would always be like, you don't sound like you're from New York. And I'm like, well, that's very conscious. Like that's something that I got rid of. And she was like, really? And I was like, yeah, I used to say like ayo and done and a bunch of Duchess and a bunch of weird shit that like, I just would, I think, isolate people. She's like, that's so interesting. And like later that day, we were walking Farley and a car pulled up behind us and laid on the horn. And I immediately whipped around and went, yo, suck my fucking dick, bitch. Suck my fucking dick. Like that. And she was like, what the fuck was that? And I was like, I'm so sorry. That's like, that's deep inside my soul. I'm so sorry. And she's like, what was that? And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I was like, that's deep in my, it was like a reflex.
Tight. In Mineola, Long Island, Carolyn Gussoff, CBS News, New York.
My fucking dick. Oh my God. Good times. All right. Car recreates Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Wrong button. She's told that story before. That's pretty funny.
Last week in Germany, more than 1,300 musicians of all ages formed the world's largest string orchestra. The composition they performed? One of the most well-known pieces of music.
Isn't it weird that everyone is talking like New Yorkers now? Everyone uses our slang. It's side talk. It was 100% side talk. Dude, I am telling you that side talk, boom, boom, like went viral on TikTok. And Zoomers adapted so much New Yorkism that I would, we outside. I remember like my nephew in Michigan was like, we outside, we outside. I was like, what the fuck did you just say to me? You're from Kalamazoo. What everything is outside, bitch. What did you say? You're from Kalamazoo. You are perpetually outside. That doesn't mean anything to you. I was like, what the fuck? Yo, the one that I cannot believe left New York is Deadass. I said Deadass when I was 12 years old. The Deadass Tims. Deadass, Deadass, Deadass. Dead ass. Yo, I'm dead ass, son. Dead ass. Yo, Duchess, dead ass. Suck my dick, dead ass, bitch. And then it's everywhere now. It's decades later. Brick leaving NY is wild. I'm going to be so for real. Brick was after my time. Dead ass was not. Deadass existed when I was a child in the New York area. Brick manifested after I left. Brick being cold, that manifested after I left New York. But the one that was also around when I was a kid was Brolic. And Brolic is everywhere now too. When you call someone Brolic, if they're like strong... There's a bunch of New Yorkisms that I was like, how the fuck did this make it out of here? Never heard that, to be honest. You'll hear it now. It gets used quite a bit.
In human history.
The other one that's not a New Yorkism, but it's crazy to hear people in Philadelphia or people in California use it is John, that John over there. That I cannot believe John left the tri-state. I cannot.
Beethoven's Ode to Joy, the climax of his Ninth Symphony, performed since the 19th century in concert halls and shopping malls.
Does that mean lame ass? No, John is like Philadelphia's Smurf word where they can use it for anything. It's like, yo, pass me that John over there. Yo, my boy's got the Johns on. Yo, look at man smoking that John. It's interchangeable for any person, place, or thing.
Appearing in movies and cartoons.
I wrote this song to say I'm sorry.
Dad, don't be a credit hog.
Sung by choruses and played on ukuleles. And now, even cars are recreating the classical composition.
What was that noise?
This half-mile stretch of rumble strips on a highway in the United Arab Emirates is designed to sound like Beethoven's classic when your car rolls over it.
What?
It's the work of the Fujairah Fine Arts Academy. Director Alou Obeid Al-Hafidi. I think that
why it sounds like someone is violently shitting the Ode to Joy.
Project is focused on spreading the art culture, the combination of music in our lives and our normal lives. The strips are located just outside Fujairah, a small city about an hour away from Dubai, and they've already started attracting visitors, some even sharing their musical experiences on social media. So why did an Emirati school pick a European composer to represent a city in the Middle East? We are trying to tell our students to always look at different cultures and to get from them the things that benefit us.
Just how Beethoven meant it to be played.
Crazy how that sounds. So the designers say to get the best effect, drivers should be hitting the strips at 60 miles per hour. So maybe it keeps people doing the speed limit too.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe so. I can't wait to hear what they might come up with next.
Oh, man. Dude, I can't wait for the next United Arab Emirates street that plays Closer by the Nine Inch Nails. You let me violate you. Holy shit. For our next road, we wanted to do something more dramatic, so we did Through the Fire and Flames by Dragon Force. Tires just exploding. It took a team of 1,000 engineers 10 years. Oh, shit. All right. Chuck E. Cheese for adults.
Well, Chuck E. Cheese is leveling up for us grown-ups.
Yeah, the company has launched Chuck's Arcade.
I'm listening.
It is an adults-only spinoff featuring classic games like Donkey Kong and Mortal Kombat, plus modern hits like Halo.
Will the animatronics be vaguely racist again?
10 locations have already opened nationwide, offering prizes, retro merchandise, and even pizza, beer, and wine. The first California location is opening this month on July 15th at the Brea Mall. Chuck E. Cheese calls the project.
Okay, they got some of the old mascots. Where is the culturally insensitive pizza chef?
Calls the project a natural evolution to engage lifelong fans. The expansion comes as rival Dave & Buster's struggles with falling sales.
What's the name of the pizza chef again? Isn't his name like Greaseball Italiano? Isn't his name like Pepe Greaseball? Pasquale. Is his name Pasquale Greaseball, or did I just make that up? Oh, God. Those were the good old days. Those were the good old days. Paul Tuckett announces
well, customers, maybe yourself, bummed to hear a Pawtucket staple is for sale. The Modern Diner has been around since the 40s.
The Sterling Streamliner Diner is one of a few remaining in the region, and the owner tells NBC 10's Temi Topatalea it's time for a change.
Hardest I've laughed in weeks. Oh, man, that makes me really happy. Thank you. That's like the best compliment I can receive. Thanks so much. That's all we want to accomplish here is making you laugh. So when I hear someone's having a really fun time, that makes me happy.
Network, the best item for a diner
in the country.
The Modern Diner in Pawtucket got that title in 2015 for their famous custard French toast, a classic that started as a mistake.
What happened was I was making vanilla pudding, and I overmade the pudding, and I said, well, what can I do with that? I don't want to throw it away. And I thinned it down, and I put a little bit of rum in it, and I put it over French toast with some fruit.
Since then, this more than 80-year-old Sterling Streamliner diner on East Avenue has captured countless
His name is Pasquale P. Pie Plate. Okay, I'm sorry. It was not Greaseball Italiano as I originally insinuated. I apologize.
And stomachs. But time goes on and decisions are made.
My sister and I have decided to sell the Modern Diner because we've been here for 40 years.
Owner Nick Demo says he and his family bought it from the city of Pawtucket in the 80s.
It was located downtown Pawtucket. They were going to turn their spot into housing for the elderly. And when it went out to bid, we came in with the best location and the best bid to keep it in the city of Pawtucket.
Built in the 1940s, this was the first diner of its kind to be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. It's also one of the last diners of its kind in the nation.
I've always lived in Rhode Island and driving past this place all the time, and I've never tried it. And of course, the first time that I stepped foot into this establishment, they're selling it.
If you've been in Pawtucket, you know that this is where you come to get a staple breakfast, a lobster Benedict, that's always going to be right. So it's kind of sad.
Lobster Benedict, a dish that is very hard to get right.
We are selling, but we are open, and we will continue to be open, as long as it takes. It's just that we decided to sell.
Demo says it's time to retire and enjoy the weekends after a successful run. They only hope the new owner will bring something fresh to the business while keeping the essence of the Modern Diner.
Someone younger, different ideas than we have. It's a great spot. We've done well for years. Hopefully the new people will do the same.
In Pawtucket, Tammy Talkbad-Alea, NBC.
He sounds very hurt by giving it up. You know what's interesting is like last week we did a story about Yesterdog, my favorite restaurant, being sold. And I do think these guys, like, they get to a point where, like, running a restaurant is so hard. And I think they're just like, I can't do this anymore.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Yeah, I think
very
that's
cool.
tough.
National.
All right. La Boo Bus.
You've probably seen Labubu dolls as decorations at home, in the office, or hanging from people's backpacks. But in Taoyuan, a bus driver has taken his love for the trendy collectibles to a new level.
24-karat Labubu.
He's filled up his vehicle with almost 30 dolls, surprising passengers with the cozy and cutesy interior. All in all, he spent almost $20,000.
Thank you, Will. I'm an Alves watcher. Got gifted a sub, so ever since my dog got sick, I've been on Alves most of the time. I watch Fearon all the time, but Tim new to Twitch, so it's my first time on Will's chat. Oh, everybody send love to that person's dog. Well, don't be a stranger. Can I be honest? I feel like some of the best chatters don't chat. Like, I feel like some of the nicest people are like,
that's very cool.
I don't want to be
Legit
in
Salvage
position.
gifted a tier 1
and
sub
then
to
we're
Unknown Like
overrun
Ammo.
by these degenerates asking to see my butthole or fuck my tree. Speak up, quiet chatter. Make yourself be to know. Look what get. I hope your dog feels better soon.
NT on the plushies.
Hop on the bus and you're greeted by an...
Will Neff blowing Megatron?
Oh, yeah,
I don't
wow,
remember
that's very
blowing
cool.
Megatron. Sounds like he enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Thank you, Fruit.
Show the hole.
Fruité. Now, No show, whole show. Thank you so much for the sub.
Army of Pop Mart characters. Next to the coin box, a Labubu stands guard. Look up, and another dozen of these plushies are staring at you from all over. They range from small ones to a big 58 centimeter tall Labubu.
I got on the bus and saw there was a lot of Labubus. It's rare for bus drivers to do something like this. It's quirky. Buses can be quite old.
What the fuck is a Labubu? Are you a frozen caveman lawyer? Were you just thawed out? How have you avoided Labubu? I mean, I actually am envious of you because you're like, you could do whatever you want. Your brain isn't rotted. Are you having sex? That guy's got to have sex. That person has to be having sex. That's the only way you cannot know this is going on. Have you been having lots of sex? Oh, you come in here, you ask what Labubu is, and subconsciously you just want to brag about all the sex you've been having. Well, there's the door, sir.
Especially the more traditional ones.
Melly, thank you so much.
But this one also smells great.
This cutesy bus can be found in Taoyuan. It was recently posted online by a passenger who took the bus between Zhongli and Liufu Village Theme Park last Friday, creating quite a stir on social media. Creating such an eye-catching interior costs quite a bit of money.
Seems to make my day better. Thank you. God, you guys are being really nice tonight. I'm not used to this. Thank you.
It all cost more than 10,000 NT, almost 20,000 NT. I spent a lot of time on the bus, so I decided to decorate it to make it feel cozier. When I see it, I also feel happier. If the decor draws more passengers to take the bus, then we welcome it very much.
The bus has almost 30 dolls, all part of the driver's collection. The biggest one retails for some 10,000 NT, and the smaller plushies range from 200 to 600 NT, for a total value of almost 20,000 NT. The driver says he just hopes to make the space more comfy for himself, with the bonus of providing an unforgettable ride for passengers.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I get it. I don't know if I get the Labubu trend. It seems quite strange to me how someone could really be into those strange figures at all. All right, next story, 7-Eleven Jurassic Park promo.
All right, when you think about Jurassic Park and dinosaurs, a 7-Eleven is probably not top of mind, but it will now be top of mind if you visit a store in Burbank. That 7-Eleven is creating a Jurassic World experience before next week's premiere. Our NBC4 photojournalist Sean Browning takes us to the
Labubus are like minions. Fair. Okay? I'm not even going to get upset and do my yelling thing. Fair.
Base camp on Olive Street.
It's just exciting.
I've never seen anything like this.
Gotta love the dinosaurs.
I'm from Georgia originally, so we don't have like pop-ups or anything there ever. So this is so cool to see.
I thought it was fake, honestly, because I saw it on TikTok, but then we started looking at more videos and we were like, oh, this is real.
I wasn't old enough to go see Jurassic Park in 1993, so I was able to see that, the second one.
Am I crazy, or wait, is Jurassic World out yet? Or am I crazy that it like came and went like a whisper?
And that's when I fell in love with the franchise. Always loved the first one, and every time they come out with these movies,
it wasn't good.
I just absolutely love them. So I can't get enough, and I hope they just keep making them.
I'm naming her Dolores.
This is Dolores. She's an aqualops, but actually her species lived on Earth about 40
Okay, that's cool.
million years prior to the Triceratops. And she's obviously here with us.
Did it make any money?
Now, which is absolutely incredible.
I like the mosasaur a lot. I just thought it was pretty cool that it was like an aquatic creature, so I really like marine animals a lot. So then this was like pretty cool to see.
You just immediately want to just start.
Loads, unfortunately. Damn, 500 million? That's crazy.
Taking photos and selfies and just brings excitement.
It's exciting for a film to have good media and get people out excited.
There you go.
Lots of merchandise, and you can see like kids love it too, which is really important.
We don't usually get stuff like this. Usually it's like far away.
1, 2, and 3. It brings joy to fans like me.
I will say that Jurassic Park hockey jersey goes absolutely fucking loco.
Like me for over 30 years to go see a movie.
That is.
Yeah, I always feel bad about Jurassic Park. I am the purest Jurassic Park fan. By the way, thank you so much for the hype train. I appreciate you guys supporting the stream. Maybe if we get a nice high level, we'll give away some hot sauce. Dinosaur goes up for auction.
To start your very own Jurassic Park? Look
Will,
no
please
further.
Watch this video, please. What is this?
Are normal things like friends or nature or hobbies not tickling your fancy? Are you tired of having to put in so much effort just to feel a tiny spark of joy? Well, that, my friends, is because you've been fed a lie. The lie of fulfillment. You see, the concept of fulfillment is swill meant to distract you from the glorious truth that constant happiness is yours for the taking. The world around us is a candy land, wondrously fancy and deliciously, distractificatiously stimulating.
Cause if it ever gets quieter, I'm feeling alone in the inside of my head or in the halls of my home. And if the rhythm of my life is a monotonous drone, well then I can just pick up my phone. I've got infinite content, handpicked, vibe checked by a robot. AI like Skynet, should have been asleep cause it's 5:30, yet I'm too busy laughing at the ooh-ee-ah cat. Uh-oh, now I'm suddenly bored. Well, it's a damn good thing that there's so much more. I got alcohol, cigarettes, and porn to view, but I can't smoke weed cause of World War II. Well, that's fine, I'm fine, no, I'm better than fine, because I never have to worry about a silent mind, and I don't ever have to think about the passage of time when I can fill my every moment with a dopamine high.
Cause happiness is just a click away, folks. A click of the phone, a click of the lighter, a clickety-clack, tippity-tap, ASMR sending chills down your back, and the future is bright, friends. Why, just imagine, with the advent of AI, soon no one will ever need to create things for you ever again. Your ideal entertainment is a prompt away, and I will promptly say soon AI can handle that for you as well. You don't need to think or write or speak or spell. We can live forever in hedonistic pleasure. We can be as gods. Let's rave.
Okay, that breakdown goes heavy. Okay, I am jealous of the guy because it looks like he lives in Japan. But listen, I will say,
oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
To that chatter, I'm a big fan of nerd rap. But I will say there are nerd rappers that hit harder for me. There is one nerd rapper, though, that is the greatest of all time. And if you don't listen to MC Chris, that's my guy.
Nerd girl, I don't deserve you. I don't get the references you refer to. I love your lips, smackers in your lack of perfume. I hope to get you home by curfew. Word up! There's a special kind of girl that goes to my shows, and I don't mean the groupie hoes all along the front row. She's more like a wallflower, like the one that's like a snipe. I'm a elixir when I'm with her, cause I think I like a type. She might seem shy in person, it's so like she's always nervous, but the verdict is she's worth it. She a crap, I don't deserve.
Dude, MC Chris used to lay down beats. Garbage? I mean, if you don't like nerd rap, you don't like nerd rap, but...
A dinosaur from the Jurassic period is headed to the auction block. This juvenile Ceratosaurus was discovered in Wyoming almost 30 years ago. It's 6 feet tall and consists of 139 original fossil bone elements, including a nearly complete skull.
It's one of only 4 Ceratosaurus ever found.
Wait, this same woman who's selling the fucking Mars rock is selling a dinosaur? Why is this woman selling all of these? This belongs in a museum. Where's Indiana Jones?
And the only juvenile amongst them.
Now, this dinosaur is about 154 to 160 million years old, comes from the Jurassic period.
The Ceratosaurus was a fast-moving carnivore. One of them, or Hollywood's imagining of one anyway, even made a cameo appearance in Jurassic Park 3. Look out! So this little fossil is kind of a big deal. Potential buyers, dinosaur stands, and the just plain curious can visit the old bones at Sotheby's auction house in New York. One thing, if you do want this dino, it's going to cost you. Sotheby's
$8 million.
Estimates it will sell for between $4 and $6 million. This is Inside Edition Digital.
Man. Nerd girl, I don't deserve you. I don't get the references you refer to. I love your lips, smackers, and you lack a perfume. I hope to get you home by curfew. UFO.
I'm Boston 25 News reporter Alyssa Azara in Pembroke, where a woman says she was enjoying the pool Wednesday night when she saw a strangely shaped and unfamiliar object falling from the sky just over there. The whole thing now caught on video.
Oh?
Then I look up here to the sky, I see something falling down, so I pulled out my phone and I zoomed in and it was right about there.
Colleen McCormick was out by her hot tub around 9 Wednesday night when she says she saw something strange and unfamiliar up above.
I see something falling down from the sky. It had blinking lights and looked like it was on fire or something. And it was just coming down really fast. I had no idea what it could have been.
McCormick captured this 8-second video from her backyard showing an unidentified object headed straight down.
There's 3 things, so it looks like it's fire or a big light.
Expecting to hear a loud boom of some sort, she ran to the front of her home to hopefully capture the landing.
And my heart was pounding because I just looked up. I'm like, oh God, what is about to happen right now?
But McCormick says the blinking object quickly vanished from her view.
It seems like it was coming down so fast. It was just it knows what it's doing. It just goes like that. I don't know. It's weird.
With having never seen something like it before, McCormick's mind went racing.
I thought it was some explosive, but I don't know. Hopefully I'm not the only one that saw this. I'm not going crazy. I didn't see things, but I got it on video, so I'm I did definitely see something.
Now, the FAA was not able to comment on the video McCormick took, but they said they did not get any reports of debris in the area. Both Pembroke Fire and police said the same thing. On scene in Pembroke, Alyssa Azara for your local station, Boston 25 News.
We don't know what that was? 100% a drone? Drones use thrusters? Since when do drones use thrusters? It was lights?
Object quickly vanished from her view.
Nah, bro. The what? Lights? Nah, bro, those are thrusters.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
The aliens, finally.
Damn, Glorp, where'd you find this? All right, well, fuck.
One lucky Florida couple struck it rich at a state park in Arkansas.
That is where they found a 3.36 carat diamond.
Wow. Neil Zuring has that story for us.
What?
It only took 3 buckets of dirt for Scott and Jennifer Freitas came away with a stunning discovery. A diamond by itself, meaning thousands in their pockets.
Diamonds are a rare treasure, even at the only place in America where the public can search and declare finders keepers.
Numbers work out to 1 in every 250 to 300 people find a diamond. Average is about 1 to 2 a day.
That's why Cindy and Gary Lovejoy were overjoyed when one of their rented...
This person drops a diamond in here once a year, gets the news story, everybody runs. I need to see what the diamond looks like.
It came back with this. A wide...
That bitch is already cut.
3.36 carat diamond discovered by a couple on vacation from Tampa, Florida.
it's kind of hard to miss it when they walked out like this, holding the diamond. And as you've seen in the picture, it filled that whole case that it was in.
According to Lovejoy, Scott and Jennifer Freitas were on a road trip to knock things off their bucket lists, and this is likely the only thing that took a bucket.
I sell gemstones. That's not a diamond. What is it, a moissanite?
Will have their own shovels, boxes, a wagon, and even their own shade. Gary Lovejoy makes the sifting boxes they rent and sell. He said the sift of emotions anytime people come back lucky is priceless.
I just love seeing and feeling the excitement when they come back and look what we found. I couldn't ask for anything better.
According to Lovejoy.
Oh, so raw uncut diamonds aren't expensive? Well, that's not true. Depends on where they're from.
The average size of a diamond found at the crater is about the size of a match head, or 15 times smaller than the one found Tuesday. The park should release more findings on the diamond's quality in a week or so, but Lovejoy said she believes the diamond is worth at least $9,000 or $10,000.
They're excited, we're excited, the whole town gets excited, the whole state gets excited, and this little bitty town trends in international news.
I don't think I have any luck, but if you want to try your own hand at finding a diamond, the Creator of Diamond State Park is open every day from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Reporting in Murfreesboro, I'm Niels Ray.
What do you think? We do a road trip down there and see?
I don't know if I buy it. The Disney art form that's almost extinct. It's drawing. I know this. It's drawing. Haas is going to make that fucking lead in obscure, but it's drawing. It's going to be drawing. I know it has to be drawing.
Right now in the current animation industry, nobody does this. It is literally the four of us in this department that are doing ink and paint cells.
Close.
I don't think a lot of people even understand what it is we do.
That is so sad that Disney
I just
only
finished my
has
first Neff
4
sauce.
people left
Sad
making
day
hand-painted
at Will
cells.
Neff.
You just finished your first hot sauce? Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Well, I think you enjoyed it. Maybe you poured it in the toilet. I hope you enjoyed it.
Ink the lines and paint the colors for animation cells, which is a way the cartoons were made before they used computers.
So the animator draws the image with pencil on paper. That piece of paper goes to the inker, and then the inker would come and set the cell on top.
Inking is extremely hard to follow that animator's line precisely, and there's not a lot of people that can do that.
For sure, you have to have a steady hand, nerves of steel, precision. It's really difficult.
Then, when that is dry, the cell gets turned over, and it's on the back of the cell is where the paint goes. Now, there's a certain technique where you pull the paint down onto the
fucking tracer
cell and then push it out to the lines, and that way we don't get any brush strokes. It's pretty important. I just go ahead and take my time and...
This is so cool. I'm so sad this is going extinct.
Don't rush it.
Instead of developing invisible walls, Disney should reinvest in this.
That's quite a color.
At first glance, you don't really notice all the different colors of the lines, but then if you start analyzing it, oh, okay, we have the crown is one color, her lips are 2 colors.
I mean, color's important, bottom line. If you have the colors, you pull them from the shelves.
Say like giraffe or gator, those are gonna be the Disney palette. So those
this shit is so cool, bro.
Those themes were named here in the studio by the people that were creating the paint. Altogether, we have about 5,000 different colors. So what you see in this room is kind of like the creme de la creme of the ink and paint department. It is full of any and all colors that we can possibly imagine.
And then sometimes the color might be just right between 2 colors. So it's like, well, I guess we're mixing it now.
I love this guy.
We still use the eye. It's more of a human touch. We just go in and keep it human. So I'll use all these different possibilities of like, oh, it needs to be this, it needs to be this. I'll just add a little couple drops of that. And there's a little voice in my head that says, oh, that's too bright. Let's just throw in a little bit of this just to make it, that goes on in my head.
We still use the same tools that they were used when inking and painting started. This process still exists here at Disney, but it's used for other purposes, for fine art now. You know, people always ask me, what's your favorite character to ink? It's the Evil Queen.
Change my queenly raiment to...
Damn, look at how good that shit looks still to this day.
Snow White was the first full-length animated feature.
If you watch Snow White, in my opinion, you can feel the soul. You can really feel the artistry, the artist's hand on that film.
I don't know, it's just very charming. It's just very charming. The colors.
And it's so rare, especially what we're doing.
It is such an integral part of what animation is and its history, and it's so important to keep it alive.
I sometimes wake up and I can't believe I work for the ink and paint department. It's the legacy of the company, in my opinion.
I think that's what has carried it on.
Okay. This blew my mind. I want to point something out. You see that motherfucker right there? That's not Mickey Mouse, nor is it Steamboat Willie. That is Oswald the Rabbit. I had never heard of this motherfucker, but apparently he's Walt Disney's first character, okay? This motherfucker right here, Oswald. And so because he's Disney's first character, they hide him in a lot of really important places. So when I was at Disney last time, when I was leaving, I saw him and I asked the woman, I was like, what the fuck is that? And she's like, that's Oswald. And I was like, what? So apparently you can see this motherfucker hidden throughout the park on things that they don't think people will look at. He's on the exit as you leave. Like, it's really, I was like, what the hell? I had never heard of this motherfucker.
Continually through the 3D era and beyond.
So many hidden penises too.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Huh?
What's up, everybody? Today we're here at Epcot Center. And you know how they got hidden Mickeys and other hidden characters around Walt Disney World? Well, they actually have a hidden penis here at Epcot Center. And it's in the World Showcase right over here at the Morocco Pavilion. So we're gonna go and we're gonna check it out. And I'm gonna show you where they have this hidden penis here at Epcot. Let's go check it out.
If you only knew about all the other hidden ones too, pause. Stop. There are not a ton of hidden penises at Disney. What are you saying? They're everywhere? Shanghai's Legoland opens.
Millions of children.
I know about the dicks in the animation. I've seen the dicks in the animation. Okay? But you're telling me there's a bunch of dicks at the theme park I went to and I didn't see them?
Around the world enjoy playing with Lego bricks. The Danish toy maker has now opened its biggest Legoland theme park in Shanghai. The 318,000 square meter resort features miniature Chinese landmarks such as the Pearl Tower, the Great Wall, and the Forbidden City. 85 million Lego bricks went into building the park.
I think it's best to play Lego in Legoland because I have much less Lego at my place.
Amusement parks are a booming business in China. International brands are attracted by a burgeoning middle class and a relatively untapped market compared to the West. Disneyland opened in Shanghai in 2016. A Harry Potter studio tour and a Peppa Pig outdoor park are planned for 2027. They're part of a plan to boost the city's reputation as a global tourist destination.
The local transportation industry, catering industry, hotel industry, retail industry all benefit. A theme park enhances the city's cultural brand and promotes the consumption attractiveness of other local projects.
But park operators face local challenges. The opening of a Universal Studios theme park in Beijing in 2021 was hampered by the COVID-19 pandemic. Visitor numbers have since recovered. Universal Studios was the first international theme park to open in northern China. It attracts about 10 million people annually, and many visitors come to the park multiple times a year.
I plan to come again in winter. I will have a different feeling and the Harry Potter scenic area will look different because it snows here.
The government hopes the sector will encourage consumer spending as the country's economic growth slows. Analysts warn there will be losers, with some homegrown operators expected to be squeezed out by rising competition. But for enthusiastic theme park visitors, the ascent of the industry in China is good news, and they're happy to go along for the ride. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Huh.
Make sure to...
Interesting. Spray-on shoes. Oh.
What if a running shoe could be made by a spray gun? That's the idea behind Light Spray, a new manufacturing technique created by Swiss sneaker company On. At its Zurich headquarters, with the help of robots, the top part of a sneaker is made in just 3 minutes, a fraction of the time it takes to create a traditional running shoe.
Swiss shoe company On, which is backed by Roger Federer, debuting a new sneaker technology. It's called Light Spray, and it is the talk of the town.
A traditional product is usually touched by approximately 200 hands, which is very, very different here. It allows us to produce an upper material in a completely automated way.
On is quickly gaining ground on legacy players like Nike and Adidas. Since going public in 2021, the company's net sales have grown in 11 out of the past 13 quarters. And On recently announced the opening of its first ever Light Spray factory in Switzerland.
So we're looking at the technology that first allows us to produce much, much closer to the consumer, because it significantly reduces the amount of labor that is needed in the process.
Analysts say innovations like Light Spray have given On a competitive edge. So how does it work?
Ons are amazing.
From production to assembly, it takes about 200 steps to make a traditional sneaker. On says it can do it in just a handful.
So what we're seeing here is the On Light Spray technology.
First, a running sole is manufactured at On's lab and then attached to a foot mold. Next, a mile-long synthetic material called polymer is sprayed onto the mold, which is attached to a rotating robot arm. With no glue, seams, or laces, the material solidifies, and after just a few seconds, a shoe is formed. The shoe is then passed on to another robot.
And then what happens is the product moves over to kind of the screen printing facility, so to say, where the logo application is happening.
Launched in 2024, the Cloudboom Strike LS was On's first shoe featuring the Light Spray technology, weighing just 170 grams or about a third of a pound.
Oh my God, that's incredible. It feels like you're floating. It feels like you're floating.
The initial inspiration for Light Spray
Feels like you're floating.
came after an employee saw a
I gotta try these now. People say they're comfortable as fuck.
Halloween video featuring a hot glue gun creating a spider web. Today, the shoe sells for $330 in very limited release drops.
What?
Early models have been worn by athletes like Hellen Obiri, who won the Boston Marathon in 2024 wearing the then unreleased Lightspray shoes. In addition to being faster, On claims its process is more sustainable than conventional shoemaking.
The whole manufacturing process is happening in a way more sustainable way, so we save roughly 75% of carbon emissions in the process itself.
On got its start
Boston Marathon in these?
15 years ago. Now, almost a third of the 1,100 employees at its headquarters work in research and development. To ramp up production, the company is opening its first ever Lightspray factory in Zurich, with 4 additional robots.
What we want to be able to do is to bring it from a couple of thousand pairs to millions of pairs.
But to do that, On says its Lightspray technology will need to be leveraged to create more products, what the company describes as wearables.
And I think it's a way more automated process, so it allows us to produce where the consumer is. This is eventually, a possibility to bring production of the range to countries like the US.
Wow. That was kind of fascinating, I'm not going to lie. Dyson RoboFarm.
Dyson unveiled its new circular farm design, featuring rows of strawberry plants which rotate to share sunlight, robots that do everything from harvesting to releasing helpful insects, and sensors to help farmers keep an eye on things. The company is also getting in on the renewable energy game. Find out how it all connects and what it could mean for the future of food as we dig into the details of Dyson's circular farming setup. Inside a 26-acre glass house in the UK, Dyson's circular strawberry farms rotate to ensure that despite being stacked on top of each other, each strawberry plant gets its time in the sun. This also helps the company reduce its use of LED grow lights, which supplement the sunshine. The glass house is temperature controlled to allow the strawberries to be grown out of season. One Dyson engineer, Rob Kyle, said he believed this circular farm was the biggest rig Dyson had ever made, at over 18 feet tall and 78 feet long.
That is so sick.
Sensors embedded alongside the crops monitor temperature, humidity, CO2, and how much light the plants are receiving, so those things can be adjusted as needed. Water is cycled in and out.
Jobs, not strawberries? What the fuck? There's literally wait, what the fuck?
Out of the system via a series of pipes and drains. Dyson says its circular design results in 2.5 times more yield than greenhouses. Other innovations produced by Dyson Farming include robots that shine a UV light to kill any mold that might start growing on the plants, and a bug distributing robot that releases insects that eat aphids and other things which can wreak havoc on a strawberry harvest. Dyson also has shown off strawberry picking robots, saying that 16 of these robots working together harvested 200,000 strawberries in a single month. But Dyson is growing more than just strawberries. Its website also lists wheat, barley, potatoes, peas, maize, and rye. Dyson says growing different crops helps the soil regenerate its nutrients, and some of the crops can be used to generate renewable energy. These energy crops, as Dyson calls them, are harvested, compressed, and left to rot. But in that rotting, the crops produce gas which can be used to generate electricity. The company says that through this process,
Can't trust any of what they're claiming. Half of it or more could just be bullshit. No one holds these companies accountable anymore. I think you're wrong, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to be honest. In 2025, they don't need to lie to you anymore. No one cares. No one cares about saving the planet anymore. You think companies need to lie to you anymore? They don't need to do shit. Literally, a company could be like, yeah, we're killing you with microplastics, but we're friends with Donald Trump. And the majority of people will be like, hell yeah, we want our microplastics. That's America, baby. Them gay commie liberals don't want us to have our microplastics. I don't think Dyson gives a fuck anymore. I think the veil is off. No one gives a shit about sustainability anymore. The fact that anybody, any major company is spending any money to make inroads on sustainability, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm sorry, because I would rather people do performative sustainability than none at all. Listen, there's a lot of issues, so I don't talk about sustainability much, But we are in the motherfucking red zone right now. We are at the 11th hour when it comes to global sustainability. Really bad shit is coming down the road. Really bad shit. Like right now, we don't think about the availability of food, but in 20 years, goddamn. So listen, this one with peace and love, I'm going to give Dyson the benefit of the doubt and hope that they're actually doing something partially meaningful. Because, man, sustainability is something that scares the absolute fucking shit out of me.
Farms are capable of powering the equivalent of 10,000 homes, and that the heat produced during the breakdown is also recycled to help warm the glass house where the strawberries are grown. The broken down crops that remain are returned to the land as fertilizer. Dyson says that 4,000 acres of its 36,000 acres of farmland is dedicated to attracting the right insects to pollinate the crops. Cows and sheep help create natural fertilizer, and other accommodations are made to support the presence of other animals, which add to the biodiversity and improve the health of the land and resulting crops. Overall, Dyson says its innovations aim to help make agriculture more sustainable, food security more reliable, and produce more nutritious and delicious food. If you want to try some for yourself, strawberries from Dyson's farms are available now in select supermarkets in the UK. And if you're interested in visiting, the company lists multiple places on its website where you can stay on the farm and experience it yourself. For more on vertical farming efforts in the United States, I visited a pesticide-free vertical farm filled with robots in Compton, California a while back.
Kind of cool. Listen, I understand the distrust of corporations. Trust me, I get it. But whenever I see something where it's like, do they really? I don't know. I choose to believe this one. God, everything can't be so fucking dark. Let me just fucking enjoy the spinny strawberries for a second right now with my monkey brain for a second, You know what it is, dude? I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but my cousin, who is like my brother, JR, was a sustainability expert. He did sustainable architecture for like hospitals and stuff. And he was like the first one to like break me. Because when I was like 16, 17, he would be like, you don't even know how bad things are, man. And he literally quit doing sustainability for hospitals because he told me that it was like they wouldn't make the changes that actually saved money or saved energy or made them more sustainable. They only did the biggest changes that they could like cut ribbons for. Like he was like really big on like, what was it? Like ways to do needle recycling. And like stuff like that, like little tiny changes. And they'd be like, yeah, but how can we put up like 28 solar panels that we can have a ribbon cutting for? And he'd be like, that's not gonna, that's so expensive. That's not gonna help anything. Like like just do these little changes in your hospital first and we'll work our way up. And they're like, yeah, but we want people to know. And so he was like, but you're not listening. Yeah, so he quit. He quit that job because it was so fucking sad to him. And he became a beekeeper. All right, underwater bot.
Robotics researchers at Stanford University say this remote-controlled bot could bring a human touch.
Our town put in a windmill and it broke and they took it down.
To underwater exploration.
What the fuck?
That's because it has the potential to transmit the sense of touch to researchers sitting vast distances away. It's named Ocean 1K.
Ocean man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. They fucked up. You got to call it Ocean Man.
A nod to its predecessor and a reference to its ability to dive 1,000 meters, or about 3,300 feet. Usama Khatib is the director of the Stanford Robotics Center.
What is unique about this robot is its ability to actually do things.
Jerk the peanuts underwater.
So this robot has hands that are very gentle actually. We recover treasures from shipwrecks lost 2,000 years ago. We brought beautiful oil lamps, we brought beautiful cups, and without breaking them in one piece, the archaeologists were amazed.
Ocean 1K connects to a boat on the surface of the water, which has the potential to then connect to the internet and allow remote users to control it. Users can feel what the robot touches using a haptic interface.
What?
In 2022, Ocean 1K conducted several missions below the Mediterranean,
So I can feel the peanuts it's jerking underwater?
exploring sunken craft, including a submarine from World War II and a Roman shipwreck dating back to 200 AD. That mission maxed out at about 2,800 feet, where the robot was able to place a commemorative plaque on the seafloor before bringing it back to the surface.
He's kind of cute.
Khatib said the technology could help the study of the world's oceans, just like observatories have helped researchers explore space.
Well, now we are going to create observatories of the ocean. And we are going to let scientists come and help the ocean health.
Someone found out exactly what I was saying. Send it to that billion-dollar shipwreck and make me some goddamn money. Robot seen walking down the road in Detroit. Hey, yo, what?
All right, check this out. Back now with Detroiters doing a double take after seeing a real-life robot taking a casual stroll along 7 Mile.
Oh no, the surprising sight was caught on camera, and it turns out it's all part of a wild event heading to Detroit this summer, featuring robotic gladiators going head-to-head in combat.
But he was friendly with us. Right? 7 News Detroit.
That's what Will Smith said.
Reporter Carly Petrus has a story behind the viral video and who's putting these robots in the ring.
What?
Imagine you're minding your own business and you see this robot walking down the street.
What?
Some people were understandably concerned, even stopping in their tracks to meet the bot better known as Zion.
Hi. Hi.
People like Eddie Abro. He works on 7 Mile in Detroit.
Couldn't believe it. I've seen it on TV. I've never seen it in live motion, the way they're, it's walking and all that. It's beautiful.
The sight also causing Michelle Pryor to pull over and check out what was going on.
Looks like it reminds me of the movie RoboCop.
But this robot isn't part of a movie set. And according to its owner, Art Cartwright, it couldn't hurt a fly or a dog.
Why the heck is there a robot on 7 Mile? Can you answer that?
Because we're on 7 Mile.
Also the founder of Interactive Combat League, Cartwright tells me he's building and battling robots right here in the Motor City.
And this is really the...
Those are huge. Yo, those are huge. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck are those? Those aren't little cute. Those are fucking Gundams. Wait, what? Have I been asleep? What happened?
Cartwright tells me he's building and...
What the fuck? What the fuck happened?
Battling robots right here in the Motor City.
And this is really the only place that I can think of in America where you can actually see robots live, in person, real robots, right here at robowar.com.
The robot seen on 7 Mile...
What? Have I been asleep?
Recently...
What in the fucking fuck am I... Is that a gun? Are these guys in suits? These are guys in suits. These are guys in suits. July 19th. What? I'm leaving that up. I got to find out more. New ride opens
Video,
up
and perhaps
at
you
Cedar
saw
Point. Let's go. Oh, I've seen this. Steepest drop in history. I really want to ride this.
this on social media, showing riders stuck on Siren's Curse.
Oh, no. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, Siren's Curse is a new ride. I am a former member of Ace American Coaster Enthusiasts. Will, I am winning with your shit-ass backyard baseball team. Hee hee. Do you have pitch indicators on? Are you playing hard mode? And it has the steepest drop in history. So it has a track that disconnects and tilts down and then just drops. And it's crazy.
At Cedar Point, I'm told the riders were in the vertical position for about 10 minutes.
I mean, that's not bad. Honestly, I'll be so for real. As someone who's been stuck on a coaster before, just stuck in a sitting position like this is not bad. 10 minutes, that's not bad.
Terrifying. The video
No, they're not scared. They're just in a seated position. They're totally fine.
shows the moments before getting stuck vertically.
That's not vertical.
Amusement park tells us the ride safety system worked as designed and the ride was restarted. It was closed for about 25 minutes before reopening.
Yeah, so it looks like the hinge didn't go. All right, there's a second part to this story. Hang on, let me look.
Is Cedar Point's new roller coaster, Siren's Curse, cursed? The ride breaking down twice
Oh, no.
since it opened on Saturday, leaving people stranded. As you can see in this video
They had to walk off the incline.
behind me on the top of the roller coaster. Can you
They
imagine?
got stuck vertically, Will? It didn't look like they got stuck vertically.
Now at 3, Brittany Weir shares the video showing this terrifying emergency evacuation.
The tallest, fastest, and longest tilt roller coaster in North America has not had a successful start. Take a look at this video obtained by 19 News. People stuck on Cedar Point's newest ride,
They were stuck vertical. The video just didn't show it. How the fuck did they not get a video of a coaster out its opening day stuck in a vertical position?
Siren's Curse, forced to get off after it broke down Wednesday night. This is the second time it's broken down since it opened on Saturday. You can see riders carefully walking along the tracks hundreds of feet in the air, eventually making their way to a small emergency staircase. People who were at the park reported the riders being trapped for close to 40 minutes.
Oh my God, that is awful.
These photos show a crew working to get everyone off the ride. We were told by a spokesperson from Cedar Point that riders were escorted off because it would not restart. Cedar Point celebrated the opening of Siren's Curse just 5 days ago on June 28th. Just hours into the grand opening, the 160-foot roller coaster experienced issues. The amusement park said it had a delay that paused the ride's operation, and the ride was stuck in the vertical position for approximately 10 minutes. Well, if you remember last year, Top Thrill Dragster 2 broke down several times and was pretty much closed for most of the year. Siren's Curse.
Top Thrill Dragster is still running. King Ka is down, but Top Thrill is still around. Holy shit.
Was built by Vekoma, a Dutch amusement park ride manufacturer. We have reached out to them to find out why this roller coaster keeps on breaking, but we have not yet.
Somehow, some way, the roller coaster keeps breaking because it's a marvel of technology. Hello? Because it's the first ride of its kind. Look at this.
Roller coaster capital of the world has done it again. I traveled to Cedar Point to check out the park's insane new tilt coaster, Siren's Curse. And here's what I thought of it. Siren's Curse is North America's tallest, fastest, and longest tilt coaster, taking you up 160 feet and crawling you towards a broken off section of track, before locking the train in place and slowly tilting it from a horizontal position to 90 degrees vertical, connecting the track to the ride's first drop. Unlike some other common coaster gimmicks, the tilt track actually delivers, with the slow rotation building insane anticipation or anxiety depending on your thrill tolerance. And when you're finally released, it hits way harder than I was expecting, delivering a gut
You know what I've realized as I've gotten older? I'll tell you.
punch sensation similar to what you'd feel on a drop tower. It's both an elite coaster moment and an incredible visual spectacle. After that, Siren's Curse is a very complete coaster, diving into a layout that snakes around itself several times with fast twists and 2 whippy inversions. It is a ton of fun and probably less intense than you'd expect, just because of how incredibly smooth it is. The ride's industrial shipping yard theming works
Literally, he just said what I was thinking. He was like, it's so smooth.
well, and its onboard audio is a great touch that amps up the ride experience. And despite many people initially seeing this as a throw-in addition to the world's most overpowering coaster lineup, Siren's Curse really holds its own. For me, it's a top 5 coaster at Cedar Point and a big winner of an addition. Peace!
So what I didn't know, which is something that you almost puked on the Disneyland one, you mean Goofy's Train to Auschwitz? Yeah, because it sucked. With peace and love, the Disney rides, the actual ride part of them is terrible. Cars was good. But what I didn't realize is that not everybody are ride people. This is a realization that I think I should have had earlier in my life. But what I learned is that I love sick, gnarly, wicked coasters. And I thought it was kind of like something that everyone enjoyed a little bit. But what I learned is that like people, it's too intense for a lot of people. Rides, like real rides, not like Steamboat Willie's fart down the Mississippi or whatever the fuck you're riding at Disney. Like real rides, they're too intense for most people.
Oh yeah,
which
wow,
is
that's very
that
cool.
was I didn't
My
know
favorite
that.
ride that you went on at Disney.
My favorite ride that you went on at Disney?
I'm dying.
No. Dude, I like how he has a fucking Dua Lipa shirt on, so people definitely thought he was gay.
I'm dying.
Which ride did I almost throw up on at Disney? That's dumb. There's no way you were unaware unless. No, I really just thought most people enjoyed like real rides. The teacups? I didn't ride the teacups. At the Ren Fair? That's not Disney. And also, yeah, I almost threw up because the guys saw us filming and they perpetually were hand spinning us at like 100 G's. Goofy's Sky School? Well, that's because Goofy's Sky School, also known as Goofy's Train to Auschwitz, should be loaded into a rocket and shot into space. It is the worst roller coaster I have ever been on, and I was a member of ACE, American Coaster Enthusiasts. It was like they should name it Goofy's Spine Buster. It was horrible. It was like, okay, that it is crazy to me that I could ride King to Ka, where I'm going like 800 miles per hour up a sheer cliff face and be dumped down 1,000,000 miles per hour and it's smooth. And then Goofy's Sky Coaster is this. It honestly should be called Goofy's domestic violence situation because it felt like Goofy was trying to beat me without leaving bruises. You know what I mean? It felt like he was shaking me. Like after we had a fight. It was bad. It was really bad. Like, it honestly hurt me. I was not bullshitting about that. And I listen, when I went to Disney, I guess I expected that like Disney had the same focus as like Cedar and Six Flags in like creating these really comfortable, beautifully smooth, but super thrilling rides. And they don't. Disney makes really great experiences. I have been blown away by the world building of a Disney ride, right? The Rebel fucking, I don't know what it was. Star Wars Rebel, whatever, Rise of the Resistance. That's it. Was incredible. Like the world building, the show, the details. It was really cool. However, there's like the only ride at Disneyland, not Disney World, that's actually a ride is the Incredicoaster. And the Incredicoaster
Oh yeah, wow, that's very
the
cool.
Incredicoaster is just a really good coaster. But I like that's just something I didn't understand about the park. Oh. Space Mountain. I need to teach you about rides. I was a charter member of American Coaster Enthusiasts, sir. Okay?
Oh yeah, wow, that's
If
very
I
cool.
want to learn how to teach animatronics to sing poorly, I'll call you. Okay? If you want to learn about G-force stimulating your prostate, you come with me to Cedar Park. Will, a roller coaster is not a ride? Listen to this guy. Bourgeoisie. 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 A roller coaster that costs less than a few $1 billion isn't a ride. We call it steerage for the poor. Unless your park admission is $8,000, it's more of a jaunty. At Six Flags, they have the donkey ride, and they have the slop bucket. But we have Walt Disney's Pearl River, which is an actual ride. A roller coaster is a type of amusement ride. That was quick. Any more brain busters there? Okay, moving on. Wooden balloon dog statue.
Until early this morning, there were 2 of these.
Check my logs. Okay, let's see. Will, a roller coaster equals not a ride. Okay, let's pull this up.
A
roller coaster equals not a ride. Is a roller coaster a ride? Yes, a roller coaster is an amusement park ride. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Still misread. Will, not a roller coaster equals not a ride. Not a roller coaster equals not a ride? What is that? What are you talking about? Not a roller coaster equals not a ride. Are you saying that I am saying that anything that is not a roller coaster is not a ride? What are you saying, Yoda? Will says not a roller coaster equals not a ride. Listen.
I know you suck Walt Disney's dick.
I know it. I know it. We all know it. My man hit me with a double negative, and I still don't know what he means.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Are you saying
This
that
combo
I
has
say
gone
that if
off the
something
rails.
isn't a roller coaster, it's not a ride? I'm honestly confused. Yes. Wait. Not a roller coaster. He goes, what does that even mean? I don't say that. You did? I literally don't understand what you're saying. He's saying they aren't rides. No, he's saying that I'm saying they're not rides. You called them not a ride. No, I said that they are lame. You can be a lame ride. Like, I experience more thrills from letting my mom drive a car and be in the passenger seat than I do in Disney rides. But like, I said that they're really good at creating atmosphere. I started with that. Can we clip that? Wait a minute. I said that. Literally, I started with, I was like, I just didn't understand that people like the ambiance, and they're great at that. Those are the great gaslighting? No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Wait, I know you suck Walt Disney's dick. That was funny. You did say that. They're like, I don't even know. You're not gaslighting chat. Chat is gaslighting you. Yeah, I'm like so confused.
Dog wood carvings here at Bear in a Box. When employees came in today, they noticed the second one had been stolen.
Sickening, sad somebody would do that.
Bear in a Box is known to be filled with joy.
People come in and they're happy when they leave.
And all kinds of intricate creations.
Not just the cutting, not just the chainsaw, it's the sanding and the staining.
But Thursday morning?
And it was chained to this bear here. And clearly you can see where they cut the deadbolt.
Tina Blake noticed one was missing.
And it was your typical balloon dog. Not typical being made out of wood.
A 4-foot by 4-foot wooden balloon dog, gone. It was one of two at the store, now only one still stands.
It's unfortunate that someone felt they had to steal it.
The chainsaw carving was created by an artist in Oregon and was being sold for $3,000.
This is how they make their mortgages, their car payments. This is how they feed their family.
The store is the only one in the area who sells the balloon dogs.
We get people pulling in just because of them.
And that's exactly what the thief did.
They backed their truck in and they were gone in 3 minutes.
Surveillance video from across the street shows a pickup truck pull up and turn its lights off. You can see a person get out of the truck and load up the carving before driving off.
He backed in at 4:35 a.m.
You know you're still thinking about it? No, I'm thinking about that this woman plagiarized the work of that one artist and how no one really has mentioned that.
And he was gone at 4:38 a.m.
Tina and others in Allen are now searching for the missing balloon dog.
I mean, they can't display it without
Jeff Koons.
somebody noticing it. It's a pretty unique piece.
She hopes someone will spot the dog or that the person responsible will return it.
We're going to do everything we can to get it back.
Jeff Koons fucking sucks. Okay?
Bear in a Box is offering a $500 reward for the return of the sculpture. In Allen, Connor Board, King 5 News.
Someone asked me what I was thinking, and I was like, that looks like Jeff Koons. This thief steals.
Thief was
what is this?
Caught on camera in a smash and grab, breaking into a New Bedford collector shop. Now, he was after Pokemon cards, very valuable cards worth over 6 figures. But as Tammy Mutasa explains, that thief will have a hard time flipping them for cash.
Yeah, because they all have PSA cereals on them.
Tonight, the store owners are upset. This is their passion.
But they're totally wrong. He will have a very easy time flipping them for cash because he can just go to a card show.
They've been here for about 3 years and say nothing this big has ever happened. And yet the thief went through great lengths, smashing through 2 doors to get inside and steal the Pokemon cards.
And crack them? Listen, if I were stealing Pokemon cards, I would not crack them. I would just go to a Pokemon show and sell them one-on-one at a card show. And then if someone's like, yo, this has a soul in whatchamacallit, I'd be like, oh, I bought it for someone else here.
I am definitely disappointed that this is what it's come to.
A brazen early
What
morning
the fuck is happening in Boston? I don't know. Boston is wild right now.
heist that could rival any cartoon villain. In only 30 seconds, a masked thief busts into First Edition Collectibles on Tuesday at 2:30 a.m., knowing exactly what they wanted: Pokemon cards and boxes.
They came through this door as well. Yeah, they crashed through this door, walked right through.
One of the owners, Philippe Andre, says the rare and mint condition cards were worth nearly $115,000.
What cards did you have, brother?
Never in my wildest dreams have I thought that, my shop would be, kind of the focus of something like this.
And this stolen vintage Pokemon
Oh, no. Yo, oh my God. This is like 10 G's right here.
box was the most valuable item stolen, worth $30,000.
They knew
That's crazy. I don't know if that's actually 30 grand.
what items to target and what they were going for.
Is Neo going for 30 grand now?
Owners say the stolen items have serial numbers that are now flagged as stolen, but the cases have now been emptied and the cameras.
Wait a minute. Is Neo going for 30
still rolling.
grand now? Bro, that's what I thought. I said 10, it's at 12. Yeah, I know my Pokemon cards. I was like, what the fuck? This has never gone for 30. What the fuck? Yo, is he marking these up? Yo, what?
We're not going to let them win. We're not going to let them stop us.
Like this stolen Pokemon box says, the owners hope someone in the close-knit community will catch them all.
I don't know if they're desperate or money hungry or what, but if they're watching, they just know that they're not a part of this community. We have people out looking for them.
New Bedford
Retail for 30 grand in a storefront ain't unrealistic. No, it is. No, that's unrealistic. That's more than double the cost of the box, man. I mean, okay, maybe if you cracked it and sold the packs individually for like a crazy markup on TikTok. First edition Neo Rev boxes hit 30K in COVID boom. Really? When?
Police are in.
Bro, that is like more than a first edition. Sorry, I'm getting deep in the Pokemon weeds here. I'm getting very deep in the Pokemon weeds. Someone said it hit $30K during COVID? Brother, I don't know if that's accurate. I have charting here saying that it was at 10 grand during COVID. Anyway, that's too deep in the weeds.
Investigating, and this is a tight-knit community. The owners here hope that if anybody recognizes those cards and sees them anywhere, to call them or police. Reporting in New Bedford, Tammy Mutasa, WBZ News.
That's crazy, man. I feel bad for that owner. That sucks, dude. Someone stealing all your merch like that, even if he's driving up that insurance, that still sucks to lose that much stuff. Boy gets stuck in a claw
Move now to a
machine.
young boy who wanted a stuffed toy so bad he was willing to go the extra mile for it. Take a look at this surveillance video. This is a mall in Mason, Ohio. And now watch as the boy climbs through the prize door at the bottom of the claw machine.
The best part is this old guy.
Surveillance video. This is a
old
mall
guy-
in Mason, Ohio.
This old guy, look at this. Look at this.
And now watch.
Half compression sauce.
The boy
Sees
climbs
this kid
through
going in.
The prize
And he goes, not my table.
door at the bottom of the claw machine, and don't tell me you haven't thought of it yourself at some point. He made it, but problem was he couldn't get out. So the emergency crews came out. They wheeled the machine into a nearby store. They worked to free him. They did get him out. He's safe and sound. Further follow-up needed to determine whether or not he got the toy in the end.
Well, also, with all due respect, where
Why
are
is
the
it-
parents?
True. All right. And then our last story of the night. Haas and I both love this guy. The Piss Bandit. He's back.
And disgusting crime spree seems to be expanding. Someone has been dumping jugs and water bottles full of urine outside homes in the Portland area, seemingly at random. They are being found most often in homeowners' recycling bins. Several times in recent months, neighbor surveillance video captured a man in the middle of the night getting out of his car to make the dump. But now it's being seen in more places and even in the middle of the day.
A white car pulled up, came across on this side of the road facing west, had his window down, and he opened up my yard debris can just a little, and I saw him put something in. So I stood up and I yelled to him. He looked at me and closed the lid and casually drove off.
That homeowner, Trish Bellingham, went outside to see what was left behind and found 2 bottles of urine. She says she is now in the process of setting up a surveillance camera.
The Piss Bandit. The most deadly criminal in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for Neff News. Please join me in giving the best mod on the platform a huge round of applause. Tonight is not possible without a lot of hard work from Haas. Please, everybody, let's celebrate him. He's the best. He keeps us on the rails. He is the best. And honestly, Neff News has become my favorite night. It's very funny. So appreciate you, Haas. Big love to Haas. Haas, are you streaming tonight? I was gonna send them your way if you're going live. It's so late. I guess I could. Do you want to go live? If you don't want to, I don't want to force you. No fish baseball? No, I got an early morning. I got next tomorrow. Doing it? All right. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I got next tomorrow. Then I'm Bing chilling. We're going to try fish baseball again. We are going to try fish baseball again tomorrow. So for all my fish baseball fans, backyard baseball, we're going to run it again. Yeah, you know, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you laughed. I hope you had a good time. Now, please join me in reading Haas on Twitch. Please give him the same love and respect you give me. He's a fantastic mod and streamer. Anyway, I appreciate y'all. I'm probably going to go to bed soon. Thanks for all you do for me. Hope I made you laugh. Sending you over to Haas. Have a wonderful evening. I hope I see you tomorrow on both streams. Wednesday, we got film night. And I'm trying to think if we have anything else special. I might try and get a stream in with Wake while he's in town. But yeah, we got a bunch of fun stuff coming up. So anyway, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. No laughs, mostly confused how lies are true. Well, that guy didn't laugh, but I hope you did. All right, y'all. Have a wonderful evening. Go give Haas my best. Sleep well, and good night.